Good evening, everyone. We'll start the meeting at 6:06. First, I'd like to humbly acknowledge the land in which you live, learn, work, and play. It's Treaty 8 territory, traditional lands of the Cree and Dene, and unceded territory of the Métis people. And for the record, we have Councillor Binjoko participating online with us this evening. And councillors, please have your video cameras on for voting purposes. If anyone in attendance wishes to address council on any of the agenda items, please register with the Legislative Services desk to my right. And please register before the start of the agenda item. You'll have 5 minutes to present, and please remain on topic and remain seated for questions after. Before we adopt the agenda, does anyone wish to serve a notice of motion? Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I, Councillor S. Weigel, serve notice of my intent to bring forward the following motion for Council's consideration at the October 8th, 2024 Council meeting, that the Mayor be authorized on behalf of Council to send a letter to the Minister of Energy and Minerals of Alberta in support of the residents of the Sapri Creek Residence Society and request that the Drift Technologies project be relocated as it is an experimental process that can be done further from the community.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Cardinal, you have a motion?
Second.
Oh, no, we're not there yet. Do we have any notice of motion? Councillor Dogar, you have a notice of motion? Councillor Binjoko, you have a motion? Okay, you're on mute, Councillor Binjoko.
Good evening, everyone. So, what's going to here? Okay, I would like to bring forward a notice of motion directing administration to bring forward any proposal disbursement of bonuses prior to doing that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Binjoko. Councillor Dogar.
Mr. Mayor, I have to redirect it, recorrect it, and next time I'll put it up.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dogar. So I have a motion myself. I, Mayor Sandy Bowman, serve notice of my intent to bring forward the following motion on Council's consideration on October 8th, 2024's Council meeting. That administration be directed to engage an independent third-party auditor to assist with the existing council-approved annual internal audit at the municipality, and that the internal audit plan include the rural water and sewer servicing project, with findings of the audit be reported to council directly. Is there any other motions? I'm not seeing any, so can I have someone make the motion to adopt the agenda as presented? Councillor Grandison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the agenda be amended to remove item 8.7 and that the agenda be adopted as amended, understanding, of course, that it will come back at the next available meeting.
Thank you. Can I have someone second that? Councillor Dogar.
I second that motion.
Thank you. I'll call for a vote. Sorry. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor.
Just curious why we're pulling that.
There's just some language issues within the actual document, certainly not because of the intent of the document, just to make sure that the bylaws doesn't have some unforeseen wording that can cause problems in the future, Councillor Basir. So I've just asked for it to be reviewed, that's all.
So I guess my question would be, Director Fraser, you're not ready to go, sir, tonight?
Through the chair to the councillor, it's planning and development. We're bringing this forward.
Okay, sorry. I guess question to the Director of Planning and Development or acting, like. I'm just curious if this is just. Well, they're coming in now.
Oh, they're right there.
through the chair to Councillor Bousier's, we are ready to speak tonight.
Sorry, can I just interject there?
Yep.
I had conversations with the people concerned relating to this this bylaw, and we do need to review the wording of the bylaw. So the folks came here ready to speak to this tonight, but we need to withdraw it to review the language.
Councillor Bajoko?
Thank you, Bowman. Sorry, I would like to read my motion the way it should be worded, especially for the benefit of the public that might be joining us. If that's okay.
We're just past that right now, but once we get through the agenda here, you can reread it if you like.
Okay, I just want to be sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Lance, do you have any questions? So I'll call for a vote. And Councillor Walkman is joining us as well online, and both voted yes. Thank you. That's passed 7-1. Thank you, everyone. We're on the consent agenda. Does anyone wish to remove any items from the consent agenda? Hearing none, can someone make the motion? Councillor Grandison?
Excuse me, I move that recommendations contained in item 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, and 6.4 be approved. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Weigel?
I'll second that.
Thank you. And we'll call for a vote. And that's Councillor Bajoko and Councillor Walkman in favor. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillor Bajoko, you wanted to reread for clarification?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that. So I, Councillor Funke Banjoko, serve notice of my intent to bring forward the following motion to for council's consideration at the October 22nd, 2024 council meeting. That the chief administrative officer be directed to inform council prior to approval of any exempt staff bonuses.
Thank you. Moving on to this evening's meeting. First, I would like to address the two proclamations we have for tonight's meeting. The first is the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, and the proclamation reads, whereas the Regional Municipality of Buffalo recognizes September 30th as a National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, and whereas this day is commemorated nationally to raise awareness of the tragic legacy of Canada's residential schools, honor survivors, and remember those who did not survive. And whereas it is important that all Canadians understand the complex truth about the history and ongoing impact of residential schools and the resilience that Indigenous peoples have shown amidst the collective harms and atrocities that have been endured. And whereas the Regional Municipality of Buffalo will continue to learn, listen, and share the truth as we honor the survivors of residential schools, their families, and their communities, as we mourn the children who never returned home. And whereas in the Wood Buffalo region, the Holy Angels Residential School in Fort Chipewyan operated until 1974, the Bishop Shea Indian Day School that operated until 1985, the Janvier Indian Day School operated until 1974, and the Fort McKay Indian Day School operated until 1963. And whereas the municipality remains committed to truth and reconciliation through strengthened relationships with Indigenous governments, communities, and partners, to the implementation of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls to action. Therefore, I, Sandy Bone, Mayor of the Regional Municipality of Buffalo, do hereby proclaim September 30th, 2024 as National Day of Truth and Reconciliation. And I have to thank Elder Buffy Cheecham for the shirt she made here tonight. The second proclamation is National Breastfeeding Week, and the proclamation reads as follows. Whereas the Regional Municipality of Buffalo is home to the first community health center in Alberta to achieve an internationally recognized baby-friendly designation. And whereas this designation highlights the region's understanding of the importance of optimal nutrition to the early months and years of early life, and how it is fundamental for the community, health, and well-being. And whereas enabling families that choose to breastfeed is beneficial for several reasons, and it is integral. We work alongside the community to support breastfeeding in the public spaces at all times. Whereas National Breastfeeding Week is recognized across Canada every year during the first week of October, and it is time to acknowledge the role we can all play in encouraging breastfeeding families in the region. Whereas this year's theme is Closing the Gap, Breastfeeding Support for All. Next we have on the agenda is the scheduling of the 2025 budget meeting. So I'd like to invite Lori Farquharson, Corporate Services, to present, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Lori Farquharson, Chief Financial Officer. I'm here this evening to request a special meeting for administration to present the 2025 operating and capital budgets and future plans. Administration is proposing that 2025 budget and financial plan be presented to Council during a special Council meeting that would be held in the Council chambers in Jubilee Centre on December 3rd and 4th, 2024, beginning at 9 a.m. each day. The presentation process will differ from previous years, which will be presented by myself as CFO. Administration and representatives from agencies will be available to respond to detailed questions or registered to speak. Administration is requesting that special meeting to consider the 2025 proposed budget and financial plans be scheduled to take place in Jubilee Centre at 9909 Franklin Avenue, Fort McMurray, commencing at 9 a.m. December 3rd and December 4th, 2024. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Lori. And we have 2 days scheduled for budget?
Through the chair to the chair, that's correct.
Okay. Do we have any questions from Council? Councilor Dogar?
Madam, if I'm correct, this is regarding the ambulance additional money? Okay, that is the next one. This is in the agenda. Okay, thank you.
And also, do we have scheduled workshops before that for Council? Thank you. Councilor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. Through the chair to Lori. Thank you for the presentation. Can I suggest a third day for budgeting?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal.
We got 2 full days, right? Right? Can I suggest a third day?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, we certainly could. Based on the way we're going to be presenting things, it'll be much more condensed, and we don't believe we will need a third day, but we could certainly put a third day and hold in the calendars.
I guess just formally requesting that we slow it down a little bit. Let's make it into 3. That's kind of a suggestion from me, if you can, please.
Sure.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. Do we have any other questions from Council? Not seeing any. Thank you, Lori. Do we have any delegates for this item? Can I have some make the motion? Councilor Grandison?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Excuse me. Where are we at here? No, geez, look at me. Now I'm behind.
I got it if you need it.
Thank you. Please go ahead, Stu.
I move that a special council meeting to consider the 2025 proposed budgets and financial plans be scheduled to take place in the Jubilee Centre Council Chamber at 9909 Franklin Avenue, Fort McMurray, commencing each day at 9 a.m. December 3rd and 4th, 2024.
I have a seconder, Councilor Grandison.
I can do that part without reading. I second it.
Thank you. Is there any other debate, questions, or comments from council? I know we had Councillor Cardinal mention about the third day, so I think if we have our calendars open for that third day, we can spread it out. Any other comments, debate points, or questions from council? Not seeing any. I'll call for a vote. All in favor?
Oh, I had it.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Bajoko. I didn't see your light on.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I just wanted to know how soon we're going to get the materials so we can start going through them. That's all. It's just like a comment. If we can have them soon enough, that would be good.
Through the chair to Councillor Bajoko, within our plan, we have October 25th through November 5th for the preparation of the budget documents for council and public. Documents will be published within 4 weeks in advance of the public meeting starting on December 3rd. So we anticipate mid-November to hold the budget workshops. So we're just working on calendars to confirm availability.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bajoko. Great question. And as we call for a vote, I don't know if Councillor Bajoko and Councillor Walkwin, if you're online or you want to vote manually.
We can vote.
Yeah, in favor?
Oh, yes.
Okay, thank you. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Next, we have the capital budget request for the ambulance. And we'll ask Lori Fulkerson to please remain seated. Whenever you're ready.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Lori Farquharson, Chief Financial Officer. On August 23rd, 2024, a regional emergency services ambulance was involved in a motor vehicle accident, which was subsequently deemed a write-off by the insurance company. We have worked with the insurer and anticipate the insurance claim to be approximately $425,000, which is the value of the replacement unit. I'm here this evening to request an advance of $425,000 from the Capital Infrastructure Reserve, which will be replenished by the value of the insurance claim. Council is the approving authority for the capital budget, subject to the provisions of the Fiscal Responsibility Policy FIN 160. Administration is recommending that the capital project, as summarized on Attachment 1, dated September 17th, 2024, be approved. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Lord, is there full coverage on that? Full replacement?
Through the chair to the chair, that's correct. Replacement value on most items.
Perfect. Thank you. Councillor Dogar, your question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is, this ambulance breakage accident, ambulance is a emergency vehicle. So there are 25 days lapse. How did you make up this emergency?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
The question is, ambulance is an emergency vehicle. Any emergency can occur after 1 hour, 2 hours, second may not happen for 2 months even. But it's 25 days. How did we cater the absence of this vehicle?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, based on my conversations with Chief Butts, the requirement for our region is to have 4 ambulances, and right now we have 7 ambulances. With the loss of this other vehicle, we would have had 8. We also had an older ambulance that we were going to retire, and we've done some work to it to have it available until this replacement can occur. So as far as standards are concerned, we're above what is required, but Chief Butts does believe that we'll be able to manage until this extra unit comes on board.
Thank you. Your reply is appropriate. I want to ask a question that for emergency, is there any, these were vacations where everybody was away. Is there any fund available or any jurisdiction of the CEO or acting CEO? You yourself was the acting CEO. Mm-hmm. Is there any fund available or you have the prerogative to do that or not?
Through the chair to the question, the investigation is still ongoing. I'm no longer involved in the details, but I'm sure that the CAO will be able to inform you when information becomes available.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Dogar. Great questions. Do we have any other questions for the CFO? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Lori. Do we have any of the Delegates this item?
We have no delegates. Thank you.
Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have it on the right page this time. I move that the capital project as summarized on attachment 1 dated September 17th, 2024 be approved.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I second it.
Thank you. Any other discussion, debate, or comments from council? Not seeing any. I call for a vote. Councillor Benjoko and Councillor Walker in favor. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Next, we have a report on capital budget amendments. I'd like to invite Laura Ferguson to remain seated with Ashley Ryan. Corporate Services. And whenever you're ready.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Lori Farquharson, Chief Financial Officer. Here with me this evening is Ashley Ryan, Supervisor of Treasury and Capital Finance. Through our ongoing reconciliation efforts, which I would like to commend Ashley and her team, they've been doing a fantastic job working with the PMO and other areas. We're here to present 6 capital project amendments for Council consideration. Council is the approving authority for the capital budget, subject to the provisions of the Fiscal Responsibility Policy FIN 160. The capital budget amendments will result in a net increase of $6,138,906 to the 2024 and prior capital budget, as outlined in the budget net change summary. The first amendment is to cancel the Athabasca Cafe Front Street Rehabilitation Project, as the scope has been added to another project. This results in $84,000 being transferred to the Capital Infrastructure Reserve, which we refer to further on as CIR. The next amendment is for the Fort Chipewyan Lift Station upgrades construction. The Alberta Municipal Water-Wastewater Partnership Grant is being reduced by $1,273,554 to reflect the eligible expenses for the reporting period. This adjustment requires a transfer from the CIR in the same value. The next project is a cancellation for the Fort McKay telemetry to Ells River intake. The work has already been completed by internal staff. This results in $23,500 being transferred to the CIR. The next amendment is to correct a grant error under the Rural Water and Sewer Servicing Construction Program. Administration identified a historical allocation error reported to the Canada Community Building Fund by $2,750,000. Additionally, the provincial grant funding of $1,851,932 will also be reduced for a net funding requirement of $4,601,931 required from the CIR. The next amendment is to increase the federal grant funding for the Sillin Forest Road Deep Utilities Upgrade Construction Project by $3,507,797, resulting in a decrease to the CIR by the same amount. The final amendment is to reduce federal grant funding for the Thickwood Perimeter Sewer Construction by $3,507,797, which was transferred to the Sillin Forest Deep Utilities Project. Additionally, grant funding of $370,921 was overstated in 2023. These adjustments result in CIR funding requirements of $3,878,718. In closing, administration is recommending that the 2024 capital budget amendments, as summarized on Attachment 1, 2024 capital budget amendments, project amendments and cancellations, net impact, dated September 17th, 2024, be approved, and that the revised cash flow of capital projects as summarized on Attachment 2, 2024 capital budget amendment, project amendment and cancellation, cash flow summary, dated September 17th, 2024, also be approved. This concludes our presentation. We're happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any. Do we have any delegates for this item?
We have no delegates for this item.
Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Weigel?
I move that the capital project as summarized in attachment 1 dated September 17th, 2024 be approved.
Thank you.
Nope. Nope, let me try that again.
And
That was the last one. Okay, let me try again. My apologies. I move that the 2024 capital amendments as summarized on attachment 1, 2024 capital budget amendments, project amendments, and cancellations, net impact dated September 17th, 2024 be approved, and that the revised cash flow of capital projects as summarized on attachment 2, 2024 capital budget amendment, project amendments, and cancellations, cash flow summary dated September 17th, 2024 be approved.
thank Councillor Weigel. Have a seconder, Councillor Grandison?
I second that motion, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any other debate, discussion, or comments from council? I'm not seeing any. So, Lori, through this, is this just extra work you're doing in your department that's finding these, I'm not going to say little things because $6 million is a big thing, but that are finding these now?
Through the chair to the chair, there's been ongoing efforts since Ashley took over the portfolio. She has both the grants portfolio and the capital portfolio. So there's been some synergies we've recognized there. There's a significant amount of old projects that are still on the books. And as we're cleaning up and reconciling grants, we're also doing the same thing on the project side. So we're not done yet. The last few times we came forward, we did actually release significant dollars and did clean up to the positive. This is the first time we had to ask for money. But,
Perfect. Thank you. Appreciate that. And thanks, Ashley. Do you have any questions, comments, or debate points from council? I'm not seeing any. I'll call for a vote. And that's yes for Councillor Walkwin and Councillor Benjoko. And thank you, ladies. You can leave. You can go now, Lori. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Next, we have bylaw 24/018, procedure bylaw amendment, which is being presented for second and third reading this evening. I'd like to invite Jade Brown, Legislative Services, to introduce the report, please.
Good evening. I'm Jade Brown, Chief Legislative Officer. I'm here this evening to provide you with a brief overview of proposed bylaw 24/018, amendment to the procedure bylaw. The procedure bylaw sets out the procedures to be followed by council and aims to identify how council wishes to conduct its business within the parameters of legislation. In response to the resolution of council dated July 10th, the bylaw before you proposes to clarify section 114B pertaining to notices of motion. Currently, the procedure bylaw indicates that a councillor may make a motion introducing a new matter if council passes a resolution dispensing of notice. Should this bylaw amendment be passed this evening, the section would be adjusted to state that a new matter can be introduced by council if by unanimous consent of those participating in the meeting pass a resolution dispensing of notice. Thank you.
Thank you, Jade. Do we have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any. Do we have any delegates to this item? Do you want to come back up here then? And I know who the delegate is. Ron, if you want to come forward and just state your name for the record. And as you know, you have 5 minutes to present. As you remain seated for questions, please.
Sorry. Good evening, Council. My name is, for the record, is Ron Pauche. I'm a citizen of Fort McMurray for 20 years. And I wanted to speak to your amended motion tonight. I believe that it is a good first step. Unanimous consent is very important. When you revoke notice to the public, you're basically denying citizens their right to participate in their democratic right to speak to a motion. And I know there are circumstances where you need to make a notice of motion and dispense with notice, but they should be limited. Yesterday, I sent an email to all of you regarding my concern on this and some proposed wording I had, that I believe conditions should exist before you go ahead and do such a motion. The municipal government is unique in Canada regarding the citizens' right to speak to their council, to their governing body when they're making decisions and bylaws. At the federal level, in the Canadian Parliament, citizens cannot go to the Parliament and speak to their members of Parliament during their debates of bills and legislation. The provincial legislature, we cannot do that as well. There's only the city level, the municipal level, where citizens have the right to go to their council on any proposed motion and speak to that motion in support or opposition, so that it is exercising their democratic right to do so. Council motions are your decision-making powers, and those decision-making powers affect the daily life of citizens every day. So we, as citizens, really have a stake in every motion that is discussed and debated and voted on. Now, of course, there are understandable situations where you wish to dispense with the public notice. And as my email indicated, I believe those situations should be emergency or disaster related or very urgent matters. Now I know you have my proposed wording in front of you, but for the public record, I would just like to briefly read my proposed wording. So on my proposal, I say that, yes, unanimous consent is still needed, but in order to introduce a new matter, the following circumstances exist in council by unanimous consent. The councillors participating in the meeting passes a resolution dispensing with notice only if the motion is immediately required to prevent or respond to an emergency or disaster as defined in your emergency management bylaw, or the motion is immediately required to protect the health and or safety of individuals or the public at large, or the motion is immediately required to protect, repair, or restore municipal infrastructure and properties, or the motion is immediately required for law enforcement. There's a good definition of law enforcement in the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Those are sort of the list of reasons I came up with for situations where you want to dispense with the public's ability to speak to you while you're making motions. I'm open to any other considerations or any other circumstances. But fundamentally, I'm here tonight to basically say that dispensing of a public notice is a very serious thing. You should very seriously contemplate, because once again, you're revoking the right of citizens to even speak to you on that motion. And this should be taken very seriously, and this should only be done in urgent issues. That's what I'm proposing, and I hope any member of council or multiple members of council, if you wish, would like to propose recommended wording, additional circumstances as I listed or similar ones, and kind of restore the democratic right of your citizens to ensure that we have a right to speak to you on council motions as much as possible. And that's all I have to say. Thank you. And I look forward to your questions.
Thanks, Ron. Appreciate you coming in again. I'm actually always very well spoken, and you know the procedure bylaws inside out, so it's great having you speak here sometimes.
I wonder why, H8?
Yeah, I wonder why. But honestly, it's great having you come in, and I couldn't agree more that the citizens need their chance to speak to anything that comes up on council for a vote, and I think council would agree with you as well. So thank you for coming in again tonight. Councillor Weigel, you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, thank you, Ron. I appreciate all the research that you do in these. I'm behind you 100%. I also believe that it is imperative that residents get a word and are able to speak to each thing. Could you do me a favor and give me an example of like number 4? It's the only thing. It's the only one that I think I just questioned. Like, what would be? Yeah, like what would be an example where we would want to enforce something that quickly that.
There's only limited law enforcement the municipality actually does.
Right.
Bylaw enforcement, there's some land use enforcement issues, planning, enforcement. You have some powers and authority over. Most of law enforcement is naturally RCMP, which is outside your jurisdiction. But there may be some situations where RCMP is requesting some council action on a very urgent issue for law enforcement that is necessary to dispense with notice. That's sort of, if it's a very urgent bylaw enforcement, very urgent planning, development enforcement that you actually need without public input, I thought of that might be a circumstance. Now, whether or not I'm whistling Dixie, I don't know, but.
No, I appreciate it. I love the thought that you put into this. I couldn't think of an example. I could on the other three. I just couldn't on that one. So I was just wondering if you had one. But I do appreciate it, and I do agree with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Weigel. Great question. With all those, Ron, having unanimous consent, having the chance for the public to speak to motions, to do that, and dispensing with that, wouldn't all the examples you recited, they all fall under emergent or emergency situations?
Yes, I believe so. I mean, though emergencies or disasters have kind of specific meanings and various legislation, and then even in your own emergency management bylaw, they are strictly defined. So that might be limited definition. Things like protection of property or the health and safety of individuals. That's sort of my proposed wording is maybe a little bit more broader than just emergency disaster. There may be something that you want to do to enhance public safety in a very urgent nature that is not classified as an emergency or disaster, but is good for public safety. Just a suggestion.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. Yeah. Councilor Dogar, question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ron, for coming here. People come here to ask something. Thank you. You are here to give us something. And you are contributing to our knowledge, at least my knowledge. Thank you for your services in the community. The question which I wanted to ask that has been stolen my colleagues too, Weigel. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Dogar. Councilor Banjoko?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ron, for coming forward. And of course, I also completely support this. It's much needed. My only concern would be not to be so specific that it would now be and we are caged in the corner. So I was looking for a term that would be good enough to cover emergency situations. And I thought that should be good so that we are not boxed in. We're going to look at the list. Am I making sense, Mr.
No, I believe so. And as I mentioned, this list that I came up with as rationale was just a kind of top of the head sort of thinking out the problems that may come up where you dispense notice. But I am not a subject matter expert in a lot of the, especially the emergency and disaster related activities of the municipality. So this list may be too confining, general. You may want to add to the list. You may want to delete some items. I guess overall, my overall concern is that there just should be very, very good rationale where you dispense with public notice, where you deny citizens the right to speak to you on a motion. That's what I come back to, and how that exactly is worded, I'll leave it to yourselves and administration to work out on the wording if you wish, and go forward.
Through the chair to Ron. Yeah. Thank you so much. I'm wondering if CLO can advise, and if Chris is there, they can advise. If it's good with, if my colleagues agree, if we can have a term that covers emergency situations. The only word that comes to my brain is emergency. So
yeah, we can look at that when we get into the motion, Councilor Banjoko.
Okay.
Thank you. And thanks for the question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's it. Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Grandison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Thank you, Ron, as always. And I think you'll remember I certainly support this. Always will. I'm hoping, I also agree with Councillor Banjoko. I don't want the wording to, I've been in Fort McMurray long enough to see that there's always something unique happens in this community for whatever reason. So I don't want to take away the council's ability to react to an emergent situation. So I would have no problem with administration rewording it so that it makes it more onerous and more a requirement that council take serious consideration before making such a decision. So thank you for that.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
And I do appreciate the amendment to have a unanimous consent. I think that's a very important first step as well. So
Agreed. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Grandison. Good questions. Do we have any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any. So only question I have, Ron, just personally for you, myself, I think that emergent and/or emergency situations kind of overall covers all those things you mentioned.
could be.
I'm just trying to think of, if we're trying to think of a word or words, I think emergent and/or emergency would cover all those circumstances as an umbrella.
Yeah.
And I think unanimous would be a big thing too. That would definitely.
You know what my preference would be whatever wording you're proposing be presented at a future public agenda for the public to come here to speak with.
Well, that's what this one is.
I know that's what we're doing here tonight.
Yeah, for
and
sure.
I know I'm not sure if there's any other delegates besides myself for this matter, but with different wording, there may be other people that are maybe interested to speak to it. I don't know.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. Well, thanks, Ron. Really appreciate you coming forward again tonight and taking your time.
Yep.
Thank you. And with that, do we have any other delegates? I don't think so. No, there's no more delegates. Can I have someone make the motion for this reading? Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that bylaw number 24/018, being a bylaw to amend procedure bylaw number 18/020, be read for a second time.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder for that? Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I second it.
Thank you. Now, any discussion, debate points, or comments from council? I'll start. To me personally, when reading this and studying this bylaw, I really appreciate the delegates' opinion on emergency and emergent issues, and I think that all of those things are covered under the language of emergent and emergency issues, and also having the caveat in there for unanimous consent of council. So if anyone in council doesn't think it is an emergent or an emergency situation, they can vote against it for that reason. Councillor Grandison?
I 100% agree, Mr. Mayor. I think
Thank
that
you.
language covers everything that Ron indicated, in my opinion, and I agree with the consensus, because if somebody doesn't agree, they don't have to vote.
Agreed. Thank you. Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have just a point. Whenever there are rules, regulation, bylaws, procedures, though it was presented very well, I don't doubt the competency of anyone. But certainly I would I would advise that legal Chris Davis comes sometimes and he presents it. Probably he covers many things other than the main thing also. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions, or debate points from council? Not seeing any. I'll call for a vote. All in favor? That's Councillor Banjoko and Councillor Walkman. Vote in favor. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can someone make the motion for the third reading? Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that bylaw number 24/018 be read for a third and final time.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder, Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, sir. I second it.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Any other discussion, debate points, or comments from council? Councillor Grandison?
Just wanted clarity on the language then, with where does that get inserted with the emergence?
It's already in there.
It was in there in terms of, okay, we talked about it, I just wasn't sure it got written in, that's all.
Yeah, so we need to insert that.
Pardon me.
So, through the chair, Councillor Grandison, right now, the way the proposed amendment reads would be to adjust section 114B to read that by council, by the unanimous consent of the councillors participating in the meeting, passes a resolution dispensing with notice. We didn't put specific wording around emergent or emergency or any of those items based on not wanting to be too restrictive to council, but also wanting to make sure that it's unanimous consent and council could choose based on rationale of adding something to the agenda, whether or not they wish to proceed with it. And you can add by amending the bylaw, emergent or emergency situation.
What's that? I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. Okay, sure.
So you're going to amend the bylaw by adding the following at the end of section 114.
That bylaw of the amendment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because you're going to amend it before you vote on third reading.
So I read this and then this. Okay. All right.
If you want to make the motion, Councillor Grants, for the third reading?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that bylaw number 24/018 be amended by adding the following at the end of 114B. In the face of emergent or emergency situations. Be read a third and final time.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Weigel?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Are there any other discussion, debate points, and comments from council? Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. I got a question about, I guess, so after talking with Councillor Grandison, it's more or less, if one person doesn't approve of a councillor's motion going forward for 7 days or, for this third reading, I just feel that it just puts a stranglehold on how council actually operates moving forward because of the fact that then we don't really get the chance to formally make it a debatable motion. Because if one person doesn't like what another might be what another councillor is doing, or things that are happening in any way that could jeopardize a person's decision. They could be having a bad day, and then they just vote no, and then that's shot down for that particular motion. I find that, just being honest, is that I'm finding that it really puts a stranglehold on how council operates. And I'm just speaking because of the fact that I do know that I respectfully apologize for my actions in prior council motion, the one that I made to the public. I apologize, but I feel that I've learned from this, and I really think that this here, it wasn't done before, prior to when I did it. And I feel that it really puts a stranglehold on council moving forward, particularly for motions. And for that reason, I feel I'm not going to support the motion, although I do feel that, and I respectfully acknowledge Ron's appointment addressing tonight. But I feel that this puts a stranglehold on how council operates, because then there's no 4-3, there's no 6-5. You know, it's just one vote and then it's kiboshed. We don't operate like that. We've operated the same way that these procedures and bylaws have been put in place for a while, and I know that I've, like I said, I've respectfully apologized previously, and I feel that this procedure will hinder council's ability to move forward. And I've learned from this, but I feel that moving forward with this is not the way that I feel that this council will operate to the best of its ability. Because of one person being able to jeopardize council, 10 others' decision making, I feel that it's going to hinder our process. So therefore, I respectfully ask the support of moving along the way that we've operated before, and we acknowledge what has happened in the past, and I thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. And just for clarification, that this motion won't affect any other motions that we're making or debating. This is only to waive the 2-week notice. That's all this is for. I mean, it won't affect your any motions going forward or debating or anything like that. It basically only affects that 2 weeks notice to the public. That's the only thing that this affects, just that notice to the public.
Yeah, I understand
Okay.
that. Yeah, that's basically what I know, that it's about the 2-week notice, sure,
Okay.
but it's still going to come down to a motion no matter what. That's kind of what I was reiterating. I just kind of want to formally address the public and just voice my concerns on how I feel that us as a council could really work together and respectfully operate professionally from here on in. And I won't be supporting this.
Okay, thanks, Councilor Cardinal. Thank you. And Councilor Benjoke, you had your light on, but it went off. Did you have a question or a comment or debate point?
Right. I think you already spoke to what I wanted to, my comment, which was this is just a matter of having checks and balances, and for us not to use our power carelessly, with all due respect to all of us. And it will be for emergencies only, and I think it will not affect regular motions, and you already said that, Mr. Mayor.
Perfect. Thanks, Councilor Benjoke. Do we have any other questions, comments, debate points from council?
Well, yeah, I do.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Councilor Cardinal.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, what one person in the council meeting says no, then the motion, the 2 weeks notice doesn't go. You know what I'm saying? That's like, I just not supporting it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Cardinal. Do we have any other questions, comments, or debate points from council? I'm not seeing any, so I'll call for a vote. In favor? Councilor Walkman and Councilor Benjoke are in favor?
Yeah.
And that's carried 7-1. Thank you, everyone. Next, we have the report of we have just had to vote on the third reading as amended, sorry. And one more vote in favor. Councilor Benjoke and Councilor Walkman. Councilor Walkman, are you in favor or against? In favor? Thank you. And that's carried 7-1. Thank you, everyone. Next, we have the report on downtown safety and security. I'd like to invite Deanne Berge, Aaron Anderson, Janelle Fleury, and Tony Switzer, Inspector of the RCMP. Whenever you're all ready.
Good evening, Council. My name is Deanne Berge. I'm the Director of Community Services. With me is Inspector Troy Switzer with the RCMP, Aaron Anderson, Manager of Bylaw Services, and Janelle Fleury, Manager of Community Partnerships and Initiatives. On April 30th, Council passed a motion that administration review current municipal resources and consider opportunities to enhance safety and security for the downtown and report to Council. We are presenting the Downtown Safety and Security Report.
So I'd like to start with saying that we've initiated several downtown initiatives to increase the safety and security of both citizens and the businesses in the downtown district. Several of our initiatives and programs are in place to ensure the safety, such as bike patrols throughout the downtown area. We have the RCMP Crime Reduction Unit, which is a uniformed unit that is specialized in dealing with matters of exigent nature, and they have focused on foot and bike patrols downtown as well. Foot patrols are occurring throughout downtown by both bylaw and the RCMP. We're working in a collaborative relationship through our beat teams. We're having integrated responses that focus on identifying risks and threats before they occur and enabling our teams to reduce it and prevent escalating criminal conduct or serious offenses from being committed. We also have programs such as the RAVE mobile safety app, in which we can immediately address the community and the citizens. We have about 950 people signed up on RAVE currently. We have Protect DNA, which allows the identification of stolen property. We have Capture as well, which is using the business's cameras to identify suspects or prevent crime in the downtown core as well. And we also include the bike registry, allowing people to register their bikes. So if we locate the bikes once they've been stolen, we can recover them and return them to their owners. These are some of the statistics so far from our downtown beat patrol. The beat patrol was started May long weekend and is set to wrap up as a pilot project at the end of September. As you can see from the graphs there's been some significant work done by the beat patrols. In May, there was 602 total occurrences downtown, and of those 602 occurrences, the beat team took 453 of those. In June, it increased to 854 calls in the downtown core, with 594 being done by the beat team. July was again high at 817, with 591 of those calls being immediately responded to by the beat teams. And then in August, when we pulled these stats, there was 487, with 321 of those calls being taken by the beat team. As you can see from some of the other parts of the graph there, we show charges laid, tickets issued, and warrants executed. And you can see the smaller numbers because our focus wasn't on the enforcement and charging people. It was more about increasing the safety and security of the downtown core and dealing with the people in a courteous and respectful manner to get them the supports and services they need to move them along and make it a place where all the families and everybody wanted to come work and play in the downtown core. So it wasn't a focus on the enforcement and tickets, more so about increasing that security and that sense of well-being for the downtown core.
Slide highlights the efforts of bylaw services focused on the downtown beat patrol, detailing the range of activities and incidents managed. Total incidents for bylaw services 1,628. Incidents reported by the residents is 245. You'll also see bike patrols, encampment responses, community standards complaints including nuisance properties, welfare checks often involving vulnerable people, off-highway vehicle incidents, Gaming and Liquor Act, primarily related to public intoxication, open liquor, traffic enforcement activities, and transit operation checks, such as inspecting bus shelters and the riding the buses.
We also worked along through the Business Crime Prevention Kit. So what we did is provided businesses as part of our CEPTED training, which is crime prevention through environmental design, which we currently have a course that started today and runs tomorrow. And we have 45 people enrolled in that program, which are not just police officers, but we've got municipal employees, business owners, and members of the public that are engaged. And what that does is teach them the tools that they can utilize to change their property, their windows, trees, lighting areas, to make their businesses target hardened and less of a target for the criminal element. The projects currently that these 45 people will be doing are focusing on the downtown core. So as part of this training, we gave them projects around the area such as Marshall Street, Peter Pond Mall, Stonebridge, the ACN, the casino, Biggs Avenue, Superstore, where they're going to go out over these 2 days, look at the properties, and come back with some suggestions, not only for the property owners, but for the city as well, that we could do to increase the security and make these less desirable areas for the criminal element. These reviews will be provided to the city as well upon completion. And this kind of dovetails right into the DRIP program that can help them with the downtown revitalization improvement grant as well. So they work well hand in hand.
The Revitalization Incentives Program is a grant program offered collaboratively by the Planning and Development and Community Partnerships and Initiatives Department. Phase 3 opened in the spring of 2024 with new criteria to consider crime prevention improvements. In the comprehensive facade grant stream, eligible DRIP recipients may be awarded up to an additional $5,000 for crime prevention improvements, such as exterior security camera equipment, electronic access systems equipment. For example, this may include intercom systems, entry systems, electrical lock release, or a combination of these. New reinforced doors and door hardware that enhance security without impeding accessibility, or installing shatterproof transparent security film on street-level windows or doors.
Opportunities administration is working on include increasing community engagement and awareness. Community engagement leads to improved outcomes and drives social transformation while providing accurate and timely information for sustainable decision-making.
Creating and building on existing partnerships mitigate safety concerns. There are opportunities to lean on community experts to drive awareness, to collaborate for effective community engagement, promoting ideas for shared solutions, and partnering in services that make a direct impact on well-being.
We've been working to collaborate on solutions and respond to concerns of the Downtown Core and the Business Association. We're working together with the Downtown Business Association and the business owners, working toward making the Downtown Core a place to work, live, and play, where everybody feels safe. We're increasing our police visibility and fostering a sense of community. And we're becoming more engaged with the citizens of Wood Buffalo.
The RCMP and bylaw services are committed to building trust and fostering a safe, welcoming downtown community through increased officer presence, utilizing our B team, proactive community engagement, and collaborating with the local businesses. We prioritize education, awareness, and addressing community concerns, and helping organizations support our vulnerable populations. We are here to listen, act, and work together to create a safe and healthy downtown for everyone.
Intersecting responsibilities is the collective role of individuals, businesses, and agencies play alongside government to contribute to community safety and well-being. Each level of government provides funding for delivering services to create positive change in the community. This includes housing, healthcare, education, and social supports, to name a few. Individuals and businesses are encouraged to provide extra eyes and ears for downtown and report concerns to the RCMP or the Pulse line, so immediate action can be taken when required. Partnership and collaboration are necessary to ensure government and community partners are working together and taking decisive actions to make downtown safer and more secure for everyone. The municipality is committed to managing encampments compassionately and efficiently. Our comprehensive strategy is designed to address each situation through well-defined phases, ensuring the safety and dignity of all individuals involved. The Collaborative Response Program provides critical services and involves multiple coordinated access points.
The Encampment Outreach Program, offered by a locally funded nonprofit, sends staff daily to identified encampment sites, offering individuals appropriate housing where they will be safer. This is one part of a complete coordinated access system that aims to meet people where they are at. Programs like Housing with Supports, Permanent Supportive Housing, and TWOW are recovery-oriented support services designed to keep individuals sustainably housed. The organizations offering these services work in collaboration.
And the RCMP's community response has been designed to this point to quickly respond to any emerging safety concerns or criminal matters when they're identified. They will be dealt with in an efficient and professional manner, ensuring personal safety.
The collaboration between bylaw services and the RCMP in managing encampments focuses on joint response that combines enforcement with outreach support. Peace officers in the RCMP work closely to address safety concerns, enforce rules and regulations, and engage with the individuals living in the encampments. The coordinated approach ensures that both public safety and the needs of the vulnerable populations are considered, while also promoting compliance, which in return fosters a safer community. This slide represents our three-phase approach to our encampment response. Notification and risk assessment. Encampments are typically reported through the pulse line, where calls are dispatched to our officers. Bylaw services and the RCMP will respond to the reported site and conduct an initial risk assessment to identify safety concerns, infractions, resources needed, and the identities of the individuals utilizing the encampment. Bylaw services will then notify the working group and discuss the officer's findings, which are shared with the outreach teams. The outreach team's responsibilities would be identified, and the attendance to the encampment site would be completed to provide outreach services and conduct further assessments.
Living rough in encampments is the most entrenched form of homelessness, coming with various potential safety risks to individuals who occupy these sites and perceived safety concerns from the public. An encampment may be deemed a minimal risk to occupants based on the size of the encampment and conditions of the site. An encampment is determined to be high risk based on the size, proximity to landmarks, biohazards, occurrences of fire, and materials present. To date in 2024, 12 people who were living in encampments have been housed. There have been 34 vacant encampment sites completely cleaned to adhere to downtown beautification standards. One encampment site was closed due to personal safety for occupants, with immediate access to housing offered. Both low-risk and high-risk encampment response takes a housing-focused approach. Individuals living in encampments in Fort McMurray are the first to be prioritized for housing through community programs.
Closure and cleanup will only proceed once we are confident that the appropriate housing or shelter options have been offered to those in the encampment. A forced closure is typically necessary when significant safety concerns exist for both individuals in the encampment and the surrounding community. Before any closure, rapid resources and support will be provided wherever possible. The initial closure and cleanup will involve coordination among multiple agencies. Following the closure, bylaw services will conduct follow-up inspections to ensure that no encampments have been established.
Downtown revitalization is a priority for Council. The milestones and actions identified in the 2022 to 2025 strategic plan include downtown visualization to approve, enhance, and enforce bylaws and beautification standards. In support of a safe and secure community, Council approved funding for 10 additional uniformed officers between bylaw and RCMP. The Downtown Community Policing Office is an asset that is accessible to the public and demonstrates continued commitment for uniformed officers to work collaboratively to enhance safety and security. Bylaws that support safety and security include the Community Standards Bylaw, which was approved in 2021 and creates an understanding of community responsibilities and expectations to preserve a peaceful, clean, and enjoyable environment. The Roads and Transportation Bylaw allows officers to address operation of vehicles, speed, and parking. That concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a lot of information, but good information. My first question, I guess, was for Janelle. With the DRIP program with the security, is that a 50-50 kind of a grant procedure for businesses that want to take advantage of that?
Through the chair to Mayor Bowman, the extra $5,000 is a top up on the facade grant. So they're eligible up to 50% for that project, or a maximum of, I think, $70,000. So the $5,000 is additional. It's not a 50-50 split, but it is meant to support the CEPTED principles that were discussed by Inspector Switzer.
Perfect, thank you. And Deanne, where with the camps for we see along Clearwater Drive, and that's list of where the procedures for encampments. Where are we at with that encampment? So something similar like that that's been there for that long.
Through the chair to the chair. So we're aware of that encampment and we go there daily with the RCMP and bylaw. We know the individuals that are residing in that encampment, and some of them are already on case load. So we're working to ensure that everyone has the opportunity for housing, but we monitor that encampment on a regular basis.
Perfect, thank you. And the RCMP and bylaw, I see your guys out on bicycles, and I've got some comments from people that come in and out of the community for meetings. Down in Lethbridge, one gentleman's here once a month, and he's noticed over the last 4 months a huge decrease in crime and just a more friendly feeling in downtown, so thank you. And I don't know, maybe that's from putting Mr. Bisson on a bicycle around downtown that would deter crime, but I mean, if he was coming at me, I would definitely drop what I was doing, so thank you for what you're doing. Any questions from council? Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much, Madam Diane Berge, Aaron Anderson, Jan Flery, and Troy Switzer. Very nice presentation, educative one, and thought-provoking. My question is, do you involve Chamber of Commerce or the business community also in your plan, or some interaction or some coordination? Do you do that?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, yes, we've been working with the business community. We've had public meetings where businesses were able to come forward and speak.
And Chief Superintendent Hancock and myself as well have attended the Downtown Business Association meetings, and we've invited them, and that's what started this CEPTED training course. Their appetite to increase their safety and security in the downtown core was a driving factor, so we reached out to have this training put on and give them the tools to make their businesses safer and increase their traffic flow as a result of the safety in the community.
Thank you, both uniformed people, bylaws and the RCMP. You people do a lot of efforts to protect these communities safe. I want to ask you, do you do some risk assessment also from where the intruders or the thefts could be coming from little outside the downtown?
So through the chair, part of the CEPTED assessment that's done, they do a wraparound of the entire facility. So if it's your business that's doing the CEPTED assessment, they look at the external and internal changes that they can make to limit the thefts or the risk assessment. So for example, trimming back bushes or removing a bench, changing a retaining wall, increasing lighting, stuff like that. So they do take all that into account to decrease the risk to the business and increase that traffic and visibility.
Do you carry out some walking patrolling also?
The beat patrol teams are on foot and on bicycle as well as vehicle. So depending on the weather, what they're doing, whether they're transporting somebody, but I've been walking through Peter Pond Mall daily, down the business corridor, talking to business owners. The whole part of the program was to get to know the community, the business community, so they can put a name to a face, and it's Constable Smith or Constable Nadeau, not hey cop or hey RCMP or hey bylaw. They actually get that one-on-one interaction and conform that bond so when they have an issue, they can talk to that specific police officer or special constable and solve their problems that way.
Thank you, nice reply. Another is homeless people. This must be one of the, don't call it dangerous, but certainly you have to keep an eye on them. Is it a problem for towards the security of the downtown?
Through the chair to the questions, it's definitely on our radar and one of our priorities for the B team and the rest of the officers servicing the RM. Most of our encampments are located downtown. They're frequently monitored. That's including our patrols together. And as well, we track them. We maintain the information utilizing a map so we can see our progress as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilor Regard. Good questions. Councilor Bussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to the presenters. Thanks again for all you do. A couple of questions regarding the encampments. To me, there seems to be an increase in encampments lately. And maybe it's just me, but if there is, do we know why?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier. So we do track that how many individuals are in the encampment. We see an ebb and flow, possibly related to the weather, and also related to the ability to have that social aspect. So when we receive a complaint, Janelle and Aaron went through the encampment response, but we, on a regular basis, are going down there with the outreach support because ultimately the goal is to have everyone housed. So from a perspective, some people will say, well, they want to be there. And to some degree, that's right. There's not necessarily the rules that they would have down there that they would have in housing. But ultimately, our end goal is to have everybody in housing. There's a housing first program, so housing first, and then we have help with those wraparound services. From a numbers perspective, it's different. It's lower, significantly lower than it was last year. As soon as someone gets into an encampment, their outreach worker, their caseworker is down there getting them back home as often as possible. So it may appear at times that there's more tents set up, but for the most part, that is not because they necessarily don't have somewhere to go. It's because of that social piece.
Okay, and thank you. And through the chair, at the end of the day, we're probably not going to get everyone off the street. Because some people may not want to follow rules or just don't want to be, they want to be on the street, unfortunately. Has there been ever, this may be a really stupid question. Has there ever been a program where a community or a city dedicates an area for homelessness and they just, I don't know, fence it and monitor it and it's an area that everybody knows that that's where they go?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier. So just to your first part, where will we get everybody housed? It's our goal. We always work with the end in mind that yes, everyone, we're going to find housing for everyone. And then that ties into all those aspects, including is there enough social housing available? As far as finding a place for individuals to go, there have been communities that have done that. It's called a sanctioned encampment. So what happens there is there's fences put up, and when we were in Halifax at a conference, we saw a sanctioned encampment. So individuals were allowed to go into this particular park and set up a tent. It doesn't always end well. So there's an ability then that the municipality has taken responsibility for those individuals within this encampment. So that's providing washrooms, providing water, when the ultimate goal is to find housing. So there have been communities that have done that. There's some communities in British Columbia that have done it as well. And it's very difficult to turn that back into parkland and remove that encampment.
Okay, and I don't know, Chris, I don't necessarily need a response. So I'm sure if we do that, then there's some legal obligations we're probably taken on by.
I would say that there's some legal obligations, and I would say that there's some obligations to those individuals that are in there, that just because we found them a place to camp doesn't mean that housing piece has been resolved. And that's ultimately what our end goal is. And that's what the funding that comes from both levels of government is for, is to find housing. So a sanctioned encampment would not be something that administration would recommend based on challenges that other communities have come across.
Okay. And I just have two more questions, to either Troy or Aaron. You mentioned, I think, Troy, you're wrapping the bike program up in September. Was there any consideration going to maybe Thanksgiving or the end of October? I mean,
Through the chair, I'll start and then I'll pass it over. So what we did to initiate this program based on the feedback from the downtown core was I needed to borrow a corporal and 4 constables from different parts of the detachment. So I took them away from their duties they were assigned to pilot this program, because I felt in speaking with Aaron and the OIC that this is something we could accomplish and we could get the downtown core back on track and get it back to a place where people want to be. It was way more successful than we thought it would be, actually, if I'm being honest. And we've come to that point now where it's like, okay, do we continue this and we are going to run short or without on different parts of our response plan and make this a priority? We've got to evaluate that and get some feedback from Mayor and Council and Yana and see where we want to go and what our options are there. And if there's other things we can look at, such as perhaps utilizing the drone or our remote piloted aircraft a little bit, to do some of those tasks and duties we're looking at, we need to sit down and collaboratively come up with some solutions as to what we want to see happen.
okay. I'm sure everybody in this room except me will, especially our CFO, will probably say I'm cheap. I like to think I'm frugal. But if I'm going to throw money, I would throw it at the RCMP again. We need more people, like, especially when it comes to everyone's safety and in the community, right? So if you need more money, just come to this council. The last question I have, what would be a typical response time for the RCMP for a downtown if someone was breaking in or somewhere where they're not supposed to be and someone does make the call?
So through the chair, I'm going to have to limit this a little bit. So when we're talking the B team, the reality is, so we have five dedicated special constables, and we had 5 RCMP members, so 10 in total. Usually 4 were working on a team. So there were times that there is no beat patrol on, or there's only 2 people working, right? So when they are downtown, it was not uncommon for them to be on scene within 30 seconds to 2 minutes because they're there already. Sometimes as the call's being dispatched, they're already there because they see it. So at the A&W, the McDonald's, Peter Pond Mall, we're there. I would say our response time from Timberley to downtown, if there's no beat team, could be up to 5 to 10 minutes. By the time we get the information, it's dispatched and we're down there. 30 seconds to 2 minutes for the beat patrol team while they're down there would not be unreasonable.
Okay, and do we have a dedicated allotment of police and bylaw that just service the downtown, or do they service the downtown and Beacon Hill, and or like, can you just educate me on
Sure.
how it works, like a shift watch or whatever?
So on a shift, without getting into the minute details, just for operational security, we have a watch of X police working. Of that, an allotment of, let's say, 6 are our rural police, the rest are in the municipality. They could be anywhere. We aren't yet at zone policing, which is something we're looking at, where by zone policing, I mean half of whoever's working today is going to be on the north side of the river, half will be on the south, and they're responsible. Okay. So right now, if there's a call, 6 members could be up in Timberley going to a call, depending on the severity of the call. There might only be 2 to respond to the rest of the city. There might be 3. So there is nobody dedicated other than this beat patrol pilot to the downtown core or the U1 zone.
Just the last question, follow up. Would zone policing be more effective in a community like this, given our area or how large we are?
That is something we actually are currently looking on, and what we have to do is an analysis of our call volume for the last 5 years. Right now, we've only got 5 or 6 zones identified. So what I mean by that is when we dispatch, they actually come across here and say it's zone A1 or U1 or Janvier 1, whatever. So we have to drill down into that data and see how many calls there are and then come up with the zone. Is it like, for example, Red Deer, they use the river as a natural barrier and they have 2 zones, north and south. Will that work for us? We already have rural. So we need to drill down and see where the calls are, when they're coming from, and would it work for us to actually have zone policing?
Okay,
so
thank you.
We are currently looking at it, and something probably in the next few months, we should have some information to come back to council with.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Boussier. Excellent questions. Would your response time increase if we were taking our own 911 calls? for RCMP.
I'm sorry, would it increase or decrease?
Would the response time decrease? Yes.
I probably don't have the tools to answer that appropriately, other than to say the knowledge base with local dispatch would decrease our response time, because if a citizen, for example, said, we're at the Red Barn or the 7-Eleven, a local dispatcher would know what they meant. Whereas currently somebody in Edmonton wouldn't know what that was. They would need a proper street address or a GPS location. So we should be able to decrease it, but I can't give you concrete numbers confirming that at this point.
Okay, thanks. Something for me to work on. Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to reiterate what Councillor Boussier says, that if you guys ever needed more people, I think that would be one thing that we'd love to make sure that we throw money at and make sure that it's stocked up. With your graph that you guys were talking about, and just want to go over it, you had a massive increase from month 1 to month 2, and I would assume that's the patrol getting on there, getting more calls, and just getting their feet wet. Would you say that the reason that it decreased was due to just exposure and you guys being there, or was that just because of those months are usually lower? Or what would you say the reason that it decreased over that time?
Through the chair, I'll start, and then I'll hand it over to Aaron. So we were looking at numbers, and we were almost at 5,000 calls in the downtown core this year, which is exponentially higher than we've had it in the previous years. Not saying crime's more significant. So we're trying to see if that's attributed to us generating more calls because we're down there. So we're seeing it happen, we're generating a call. For our calls, it's a statistical thing through our data system, PROS data. So a call comes in, or we generate a call, could be driving some of the numbers. As we start to deal with the people that were living downtown or causing issues downtown, and we start to build that rapport and deal with them, I think naturally we come into August now, as we've been there 3 or 4 months, we built that rapport. They're moving along. We don't have to execute those warrants because we've already done it.
Right.
We've asked them to move. We've built that relationship. They start to move. So in the beginning, it would be natural to deal with all those problems, the warrants, outstanding issues, and ebb and flow. And I'll just hand it over to Aaron to build further on that.
Yeah, through the chair to the question, when you're looking at bylaw services, it's actually been pretty neat looking at the trends in our stats. You see the like you said, the first couple of months, like it's skyrocket.
Yeah.
And that's just because of the calls, plus now the proactive approach.
Right.
But now you see the proactive approach still kind of skyrocketing and being consistent, but you're seeing our calls coming through the pulse line decreasing.
Okay.
So it's been great to see, and a lot of good work's been happening there. So
Yeah, no, I do appreciate it. Having a business downtown, I would say prior to this, the crime downtown did escalate quite a bit. And so those numbers, I think, are legit, that they've gone quite up. And so it's exciting, and I just wanted to clarify that you guys are actually seeing a decrease. And like you said, building the relationship and what's going on, just the exposure of you being downtown, I think has calmed that down quite a bit. So thank you for doing that, and I hope to see continued success.
Thanks, Councillor Weigel. Great questions. Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, presenters. One more question. Troy speaks of your competency, good answers. But I want to ask you one thing. How many cases you have on complaints after the investigations, how many recoveries you have done it or actually spotted the culprits? You have some idea or data?
Through the chair, I don't have those statistics as to how many charges. Like I can tell you here, in May, the Beat Patrol team laid 91 charges out of those 453 calls. But again, their focus wasn't just on laying the charge, it was solving the problem. And 9 times out of 10, just laying a charge or putting somebody in court doesn't solve our problem. But so if you look, May, we laid 91 charges. June, then they only laid 34. July was 46 criminal charges. And then August is 9. So again, as they build those relationships, there's less of that. Charges done, they don't have to lay the charges, or they've already dealt with the outstanding warrants. Now they're building those relationships, moving those people on, helping get them housing, other things like that. So,
thank you very much. The other question is that RCMP carry out the investigation. I hope bylaw doesn't carry out, Chief? Bylaw carry out some investigation, interrogation or no?
Through the chair to the question, if you're talking about differences of authority, we do have certain authorities that differentiates from the RCMP. We have our own investigations, mainly dealing with provincial stats and municipal bylaws, where the RCMP, anything criminal, RCMP would handle.
Anything about concerning about crime, you hand over to police.
Through the chair. So that's why it was a collaborative relationship. In the beginning, what we wanted to do is pair one bylaw and one RCMP member, but we found very quickly that didn't work very well. So we started working on a collaborative concept where bylaw would identify the criminal element to the RCMP members, who would then deal with the criminal, freeing up bylaw to continue dealing with the bylaw issues downtown, dealing with the people, moving the people along. Because for us to arrest somebody, we're off-site processing in the cell block. When we had that bylaw person with us, we were both gone. So we're both ineffective. So we found a more effective means was to work in a collaborative relationship with enforcement services doing their part and us doing the criminal matters.
Thank you very much, appropriate reply. Another question is that the graph which statuses that you displayed in June and July are the maximum number of complaints. But the dark hours in June and July are 6 hours, 5 hours, 7 hours. During winter, December and January, the dark hours are 14, 15 hours. Logically speaking, which my sense goes, there should be more crime in winter because the law enforcing agencies are also, because of the winter, they sit in the vehicle and warm and don't feel like going operative. You see, just my sense tells me, I'm not very sure what I'm telling. You are the, why it's less in winter?
Through the chair, I don't have an answer for why less in winter. I do believe if we continue this project into the winter months, we're going to see a different type of social issue downtown, where there are going to be people in apartment vestibules, the bank vestibules staying warm, the transit stations, so different types. Will there still be crime? Absolutely, but I think we're going to see a shift in what the beat team would need to be doing to ensure that safety and security, that people aren't hanging out in the McDonald's and the A&W all night, hampering the businesses. So I think it'll be a shift in focus. I don't think there will be a change in crime, just a shift in the focus.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Councilor Dogar. Councilor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. My question might be for Director Berge. A few months ago, we passed a motion to address or to, actively work on poverty reduction. I'm just thinking of the holistic approach to crimes and safety at the downtown. So how closely are we working together, the different parties, stakeholders, especially the poverty reduction initiative? I don't know if there's any update that you can share, because if we don't address some of the root causes, it's just a matter of time people will be back on the street. As well as mental health issues and so many other factors. So I believe it's a combination of efforts and a combination of different factors.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, so you answered the question there at the end with your statement. It really is about a collaborative effort that includes both the agencies that work with those that are either experiencing poverty or homelessness, and working with the enforcement agencies when that is required. So we continue to work on the poverty reduction plan. There's been some shifts to how that's being delivered, but the work in the community and with the organization continues. And we continue to update the RCMP and bylaw with any challenges that we're having. So it is collectively a collaborative effort.
Thank you, Director Buggy, and through the chair. And I just want to, in as much as I appreciate the generous offers of my colleagues, there has been a lot of study that it's not necessarily the number or a lot of policing that would help, but a combination of all different approaches, not necessarily having more police in the downtown. I don't know. That's my comment about that.
Thank you, Councilor Bajoko. Councilor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor Bowman. Thanks, Troy, Deanne, Aaron, and Janelle. Janelle, my question is that you referenced 10 bylaw officers going to be coming on board? No?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, at a previous budget, Council approved 6 RCMP officers and 4 additional bylaw officers. So we've got them onboarded, and that's part of the success of the program that we've just seen.
Yeah, okay, thanks for that. I guess the question for that was, how much of a rural engagement is going to be provided from the bylaw services and the rural perspective?
So through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, this presentation was based around the motion that Council passed in April 30th, so that's why the focus was really about downtown. We continue to work collaboratively with the departments that are up in Fort Chipewyan. And I appreciate that we have a bylaw officer up there as well, so we work closely with Aaron and his team on the process of that being delivered in Fort Chipewyan.
I guess another question I had was, I know that, some of the bylaw officers rurally are, go on medical leaves or stress leaves or whatever it is, and then some of them are not replaced. So in the meantime, then, a stray dog might go loose and, a kid could get killed or a person could get bit and they could die from an infection, So I think it's important that we replace somebody when it comes to bylaw, because I've requested to have a bylaw officer go to Fort Chipewyan to replace the existing bylaw officer there, and then there wasn't really any commitment to replacing her in the meantime. And if anything would have happened, I think that it probably would have caused something for our region.
I can let Deanne answer, Councilor Cardinal, but just for clarification, this one's just for the downtown is what they're referring to tonight, but those are great questions about Fort Chipewyan, if Deanne has an answer.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, what I wanted to say was we also work closely with the RCMP colleagues up there. So if there's a situation and there's not a bylaw officer able in the community to help, we work closely with the RCMP, who have supported us in many times on these calls.
Specifically to Fort Chipewyan?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, that's correct.
Okay. For the downtown, the people that are on the street, I wouldn't call them homeless, because there's a lot of people that are homeless and they're not on the streets. You know what I'm saying? So I won't refer to that. But do you guys have a number of individuals do you guys believe that are actually on the streets, roughly?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, so we do keep a quality by name list for the community of individuals that are both living rough or living in other forms of homelessness like you mentioned. So on average, we usually have about 70 people on that list, and comprised of that is usually about 15 to 30, depending on the point in time, that are living rough. On October 9th, we're conducting a point in time count. So we'll be going through the community for 24 hours, speaking to anyone that we see on the streets, doing an amalgamated count of who's in the shelters that night, and various services, including who is in our cells. And we'll have an accurate picture regionally of what our homelessness is.
Thank you. How much has it changed with the the commitment that we made from the region, from us, with the initiative, how much of a change do you believe that we've made number-wise from last year when we removed the people from down at Clearwater Drive?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal. So we see an increase in our by name list because through that initiative, the agency, along collaborating with bylaw and RCMP, have gained a lot of trust from that population. So people are more willing to be assessed for housing. So it looks like there's an increase slightly. However, we now have an accurate count of who is where, who is looking for housing, and everyone that they encounter is willing to access those services now.
How many hours a day are you on foot or monitoring these people? Because I feel that's probably when you're going to get the best interaction with them, right?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, our outreach team goes Monday to Friday all through the day to different sites at different times, because they know that depending on the time of day, people may be at the soup kitchen having lunch, or they may be doing other activities, so they try to go multiple times a day. And then I'll pass it over to my colleague to speak to bylaw.
To the chair to the question, bylaw and RCMP, as we discussed before, the B team are going daily throughout the week, interacting with the individuals there, seeing what supports, see what safety concerns are there, and anything safety major that we are concerned about are immediately removed for the safety of them and others. But it's mostly the work from the B team.
Thanks. One last question, I guess. How much of an engagement besides on a call-to-call basis? If I call the RCMP, go down, they're homeless. I mean, they're on the street. They're, causing a ruckus. It seems like this is an ongoing thing, and it seems like it's a hot thing all the time when we, get business people calling about homeless people, and it's, it really. I just feel that at some point, I'm just wondering when and how much does the bylaw and RCMP go just out of their way without getting a call and go and check on doing a wellness check just on their own sense and respectfulness about reconciliation with their Indigenous people as well. You know what I mean? I just think that's important, because if we just get a call about people being on the street and they're causing either stealing this and they're stealing that, that seems to be what we're always talking about, and I feel that at some point leadership needs to be involved from your guys' perspective, and you guys just go and check on the people and just don't even ask them what they're doing, just see them how they're doing. How are you guys doing? Just how much of that is actually going on?
Through the chair. So the whole premise of that beat patrol, that's what it is. It's proactive. So they aren't waiting for a call. They're down there dealing with the encampments, walking the streets, driving the alleys, just engaging. That was the whole purpose of this, is to build that relationship. So as my colleagues have said, we've got that open, honest communication now. It's like, yes, we're looking for housing. Yes, I have this problem. Can you help me with this? Can you hook me up with mental health? It's not about the enforcement piece. I agree with you. We're not waiting for the call and just dealing with somebody that way. It's to build those relationships and that collaborative approach of how can we best help the people. So for a 10-hour shift, that's what they're down there doing. They get taken away for a call and then they go back to doing that. So the whole program was based around the proactive approach of building that collaborative team to help everybody.
And I just want to add to what Inspector Switzer said. So we sit here with enforcement beside us because it is a collaborative effort, but ultimately the end goal is to get those individuals housed. So this isn't about, there's an aspect of it where people are frightened from the encampments, but the aspect that we also look at is people in encampments need to be housed. So it's not just about having them moved, but it's really about having them moved into safe housing as well.
I appreciate that. That means a lot to hear that. It's very important. So thanks for the presentation.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. Great comments. I don't see any other questions or comments, so thank you all. Thanks for what you're doing. Appreciate it. We have delegates. I'll let you guys clear out before we... And delegates we have online, we have Diana D'Souza. with the Fort McMurray Buffalo Chamber of Commerce joining us. So whenever you're ready, Dana. And if you just state your name for the record, you have 5 minutes to present and remain online for questions, please.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Diana D'Souza. I am the Executive Director of the Fort McMurray Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for the opportunity to present on the topic. Before I even go further, there was a lot of references to a downtown business association in the presentation from Inspector Schwitzer. And just for clarification, there's only the Chamber of Commerce. We did actually work closely with the RCMP and the municipality to focus on downtown because of what was taking place. But just for clarification, that business association that was mentioned is actually the chamber. But I don't have a formal speech or formal speaking notes, but I just wanted to make a few points. The chamber is the collective voice of over 640 businesses in the region. We consider ourselves the champion for all businesses. About a year ago, it was about last summer, we had escalating crime in the downtown core. And as a chamber, we also experienced it. There was a lot of noise, a lot of calls, and a lot of concerns, and it was hindering business. And the chamber reached out to Mayor and Council it was then I believe it was the acting CEO, Jody Butts, and Deanne Berge. And we then connected with Chief Superintendent Mark Hancock, along the way Inspector Schweitzer, and there were other inspectors that came along in the process. And I would say that it's been a very, very positive journey of collaboration. They sat with us, they listened, they adapted, they adjusted, they committed, they came to the table. We had a number of meetings that the casino, Ray Rupertus and the casino offered us their facilities, and we continuously meet. They initially brought the pro-A&E and a number of initiatives, the camera capture, a number of initiatives that they have rolled out. And through the process, they came back, and I think it was Inspector Schweitzer was charged with designing the program to focus on the downtown, bringing back those bike patrols. And I just want to say thanks to everybody because I think it's been tremendously successful. And it has been a safe and positive summer for downtown. So with that being said, I want to actually support the conversation about zoning, support the conversation about having that focused effort all around, because about a couple of years ago, we saw a spike again, and I reached out and we saw it reduce. We went away and then it spiked again last year, but we didn't just walk away after one meeting. We collaborated, we coordinated. They brought SEPTED to the table. They helped us understand that it was everybody's responsibility. It's environmental design. It's how the role that the business plays in it. It's law enforcement. It's council, mayor and council. It's how you build policy. It's all of us together. And I would like to say that I really like the idea of zoning. Now, I know that work has to be done to design that, but if it does require additional resources to ensure that we continue to have the level of focus, we continue to move forward with both the environmental design as well as the understanding and education for everyone, as well as the collaborative effort of bylaw and policing together with the wraparound services to support the encampment and those that are challenged, is a sure path to success. There was some talk about sanctioned encampment, and I moved here from Victoria, and they attempted to do that at one point in time from Victoria, BC, and the residents were up in arms. So apart from the challenges that Director Berge mentioned with sanctioned encampments, the end goal is to get people in homes, but the trick with a sanctioned encampment is where do you put it that's acceptable to a community and with the least risk. The other part I would like to say, to also say thank you to Chief Superintendent Hancock and to Inspector Schweitzer, is that through this process, they really became community connected. There were some businesses that had additional challenges, either with the encampment or the constant breaking, and we lose the sector with the liquor sector. And we also had, there's a school busing business, and we were able to connect them. They were able to go out and sit and speak and assist with very, very targeted supports. And I guess the long and short of it, I'm very, very, very thankful for the collaboration, very, very grateful for the outcome. And I was happy to hear that there was a willingness to actually put more resources for us to continue to see the success of this approach. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Dana. Thanks for your presentation. And I know that it must be getting better because it's been a while since you've called me at 7:30 a.m. and come me up to let me know something happened. So I know something's working. So thank you for that. Does council have any questions? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Dana. Next, we have Delegate Clyde Phillips. And Clyde, just say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to speak. And if you could remain on topic and remain seated afterwards for questions, please.
My name's Clyde Phillips. I've been a resident here for over 20 years. I've lived in camp, been on site. The one thing I haven't heard mentioned here tonight is the safety problem we have because of drugs. And I read statistics a month ago that said there were 24 deaths at that point, mainly from fentanyl and cocaine, but also opioids and a couple from alcohol. And in the whole country, that's twice as many at that point from the year before. And that statistically puts Fort McMurray #1 per capita for people that are dying from drugs. And I think a lot of it has to do, as strange as it sounds, from people coming in from camp. And even though they're adults, they succumb to peer pressure. I've seen it oftentimes on site, every kind of drug. And I've seen it where a kid, a foreman, 21 years old, overdosed on fentanyl, fell over his boots, and they smuggled him out of there. And then a month later, he came back. He was on tools with me as a scaffolder.
Just to put you back on topic,
the safety.
Clyde,
I'm trying to get into the safety.
this is a downtown crime reduction.
Yeah, I mean, the place next door, the satellite office, it closes at 11 p.m. Most of the drug dealers don't come out until 11 p.m. They're right across, situated right across the street from the casino, which is the #1 hub for drug dealing in the city. That's 24 people in the city last year, or so far this year, sorry. And you can bet your boots a lot of them are coming from the casino. So if there's this money to be spent, and you have an office right out here, I mean, I've been accosted a half a dozen times, as I told you this evening. One day I came to a meeting here, I was accosted both on the way in and the way out to buy drugs. There's a lot of kids coming in here from places all over the country, green as the grass. They've never been exposed to this stuff, and they come downtown here, and they can find it readily available. I set up here for my one-man protest one time last year, and before I even set up at 8 in the morning, I had a guy come up to me trying to sell me OxyContin, and I was approached multiple times during the day to buy drugs. I was there till about 2 o'clock. About 5 men came up to me trying to sell me drugs. So I'm just here to voice that. I didn't see anything up there statistically about the drugs. And given what the numbers are in reality, I didn't even hear it mentioned here tonight. So, I've been around here over 20 years, and I've seen and known people that have overdosed. And that's only the ones that are dropping, not counting the ones that are in outpatients getting heart plunges and surviving and getting back out to camp unbeknownst to police or whomever. You know what I mean? There has to be kind of a symbiotic thing where the hospital is involved, at the end of town, the therapy for addicts and things like that. They all have to work in conjunction, in my opinion. You can't just have the police and depend on them alone. You have to bring the community in on it together, so that these kids that are up there for rehab, half of them are dealers here in town. Why not find out who they are when they're in there for the rehab? Utilize, investigations. When it comes to downtown crime, why not have a truck that's set up in the wintertime that looks nice with fancy rims and see who's stealing these trucks? It's only a handful of people. It's not like everyone, kick them out of town. Once they bite the bait bike or truck or whatever, you know what I mean? You got to be sneaky. Should offer a reward for people. You talk about for years they've been talking about the police program where they reward people who rat out dealers and stuff. There's a better, more cohesive way to do that, is to reward the people that are buying the drugs, to rat out the people who are selling the drugs. You know what I mean? You got to get down and dirty, get sneaky here in the city. It's only a small city, but statistically we're the greasiest one in the country when it comes to drugs. So that's about.
Thanks, Clive. Appreciate that. I think that could be a whole other report. Do we have any questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any, so thanks, Clyde. Do we have any other delegates?
We have no other delegates for this item.
Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the downtown safety and security presentation be accepted as information.
Thanks, Councillor Grandison. Can I have someone second the motion? Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, sir. I second it.
Thank you. Do we have any questions, comments, or debate points from council? Not seeing any. I call for a vote. On favor? That's in favor for Councillor Walkwin and Councillor Benjoko. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. And right now it's 8:02, so let's take a 10-minute break and resume at 8:12 on the dot, please. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Next up, we have the flood mitigation report. I'd like to invite Elliot White, Troy Switzer, and Aaron Anderson to present, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, as well as members of the community. My name is Elliot White, and I'm here to represent administration regarding flood mitigation REACH 6 follow-up. This presentation is meant to be a continuation of our session we had back in July. With me today is two additional representatives. Aaron Anderson is the manager of bylaw services, and Inspector Troy Switzer is here from the RCMP. Tonight's presentation will be a discussion on the options in front of us and the costs associated with each. We'll take a minute to review some of the same information we shared in July. And we're going to do that simply as a refresher because it's been quite some time. In the interest of time, I will be sharing with you some of the knowledge and information that we gained from the research on the SEPTA principles and from our engagement with the RCMP. Understanding that Troy and Aaron are here for questions, and after the presentation, they'll be able to take some of those questions from you. We will also bring a few additional items that may assist with the clarity on decision-making purposes. We're also going to discuss seasonal flood mitigation and the impacts that seasonal mitigation brings to the organization and to the public. We'll discuss our recommendations and then on to questions. The first slide we're going to present tonight is on cost. Cost is quite important to this project and to this organization, so I wanted to bring it first. As we presented last time, to raise Clearwater Drive, the Class D cost estimate is $94 million. To place a berm between the existing road and the river, meaning the Clearwater Drive and the Clearwater River, the Class D cost estimate is $55.8 million. For the record, the current budget for the overall program is $270 million. $20 million of that is from a grant that we received from the province. There's been talk about the accuracy of the cost estimate that's presented in front of you. Just for a point of clarification, this is a Class D estimate. Class D estimates have a range anywhere from minus 30% to plus 50%. What this means in numbers is that the option of building a berm at 55.8, that can range anywhere from 39 million to somewhere in the order of magnitude of 84 million. When it comes to raising Clearwater Drive, the 94 million is sort of the target, but we're in a range of 66 million to as high as 141 million. Just quickly here, I'd like to take a minute to explain how these numbers were created. We did two exercises. First, we did the first exercise with our consultant. Like they do, they have experience from their work in the community. Our particular consultant on this project has experience on REACH 1, 5. They worked obviously with us on REACH 6 for the past 2 years. They worked on 7, 8, and they also worked on 9. This particular consultant also worked on other works within the region. So they first developed a cost estimate for us. The second exercise was completed by us from administration. We did a completely independent assessment and review. So what we did is we reviewed each of the elements of the project, and we developed costs based on the actual costs we've been seeing on historic projects, and we've adjusted those for inflation. SEPTA discussions were introduced at our last council presentation. The fundamental theory of SEPTA, which stands for Crime Prevention Through Environmental Design, is to use knowledge, theory, planning, and creativity to design environments in ways that lessen opportunities for crime. Essentially, SEPTID allows infrastructure to be built safer through the application of these principles that make it more difficult to carry out crime. For my next slide, we have some of the things that, some of the examples that were brought to our attention from the RCMP when we sat down with them, Troy specifically. And some of those things include removing the trail directly adjacent to the river. So currently right now along Clearwater along Clearwater itself, along the shoreline, we do have a trail. One of the things that was recommended that if we were to move towards a berm, we would look at removing that trail along the shoreline. That trail would be then replaced by putting on top of the berm, should that option be chosen, of course. What they also recommended what they recommended doing a berm in between the river and Clearwater Drive was installing lighting along the distance of the trail along Reach 6. They recommended installing security cameras that can record activities in the area. They also recommended adding identifiers to light poles so that trail users can easily identify their location should they require assistance. So this is sort of a wayfinding exercise so that they can say, yeah, I'm near King Street, for example, or I'm near Queen Street. They also recommended mowing down, maybe removing the overgrowth in the area. So along the shorelines, we have overgrowth of trees and vegetation. Even today, we talked about ensuring that those areas are cleared of vegetation to I suppose, offer an opportunity for less crime and allow a direct line of sight for trail users. And I suppose the other most important thing that was brought up was increase of patrols. And obviously, we just watched a presentation or heard a presentation about increased patrols in downtown. So the RCMP and bylaw will speak to this in a minute here, but the idea is that if there are concerns about safety, regardless of which option is chosen, increased patrols can occur, which help decrease crime in the area. So, we are trying to look for a positive use of the area, and through some of these principles using SEPTID, we hope that the recommendation of using a berm between Clearwater Drive and the river is more palatable. Here we have the berm. It's an artist rendition of the berm. Looking, don't know exactly what street, I believe that's King, but either way, it's heading north up the river, or down the river, sorry. So what we did here on this presentation is we added in additional lighting. You can see it along the trail. The blue pole on the right, which would be something of a wayfinding sign to allow users to have knowledge of where they're at in case of emergencies. And further down the trail, we have more wayfinding signage available for users. Those exact samples close up. So wayfinding, lights, security cameras on the left. And then on the right, we have more mapping, signage, and the like. So this is part of SEPTID. This is the principles that they recommend along with the RCMP. They recommended if we were to put a berm in place between Clearwater Drive and the shoreline, that we can introduce these principles. So we're going to move on from SEPTID. We'll get back into SEPTID likely through questions that you may have. We're going to move into seasonal mitigation for a minute. Last time we met in July, there's a little bit of conversation around seasonal flood mitigation and sort of what that would look like. So, seasonal flood mitigation, we currently use triple dams. The triple dams are on the left there. They're the green bags that are filled with water. In addition to those dams, as shown on the right, the underground system, the storm system, is managed through a series of plugs and pumps that we have to manage, pumping stormwater up and over the berms. What's important here is the systems are managed by our most expensive aspect, and that's people. People are very expensive to manage these systems, and so they're very labor intensive to install and manage once they're installed and maintain them. Triple dams, they were introduced as a stopgap. They were a stopgap measure to ensure. Sorry, let me try that again. The triple dams were introduced as a stopgap measure in response to the 2020 flood. The idea there was, permanent measures weren't complete. And the idea was the municipality would stand these systems up to protect the community in the event of a high water event. But it was only until such time that the permanent was complete that we would no longer use these. So after July 10th, after our council session and throughout the summer and into September, we as administration we've done some exercises to better understand long-term costs associated with seasonal flood mitigation. Overall, in today's dollars, we're talking approximately it's approximately a $2 million cost annually. That's not only the cost of operating them on an annual basis, and this is just for Reach 6. It's a $2 million annual cost. That's for operations and the regular purchases of these bags. These bags are they have about a 10-year life. So every 10 years you're cycling them sort of in and out of your inventory. Based on the $54 million capital cost of the option of doing a berm, 54 and 2, you're looking at approximately a 25-year payback with that. So what I mean by that is basically if we continue to use these on Reach 6 for a long-term basis, in 25 years we could have built a berm. I'll just stop there. If we look at the road, you're looking at approximately additionally another 20 years. So it's twice as long for the payback to get on the road. So I want to also talk about more on the seasonal mitigation. So there's a lot of things that we should be aware of when it comes to seasonal mitigation and why administration is not recommending seasonal mitigation as a permanent measure. We do recommend seasonal mitigation as a stopgap until such time that we are able to finish our permanent. One of the things that, and maybe the most important in some eyes, is that the government of Alberta doesn't recognize seasonal flood mitigation when developing their flood maps. There's a lot of conversation around that. They're currently developing their flood maps, and they're only going to recognize when we're finished that permanent berm. The seasonal mitigation that is currently being used, which is with the triple dams, only protects at 250. There was a request from council to get to the 250.9. 250.0 doesn't quite reach the 1 in 100. As I talked earlier, life cycles of these triple dams are 10 years, plus or minus. That's based on manufacture. So that means you're cycling them in and out of your inventory quite often. I guess I'll make this statement. To me, it's quite clear, but permanent structural mitigation is a far more robust and reliable form of protection when compared to seasonal mitigation. These triple dams. These triple dams, from an operational perspective, they're tricky. They leak. We've seen them pop. We've seen people get injured from these. They're not meant to be long-term use. So I just want to be clear on that. Is from an operational perspective, they're very onerous on the organization, and there's just not something that we would want to see as something moving forward long term. With these triple dams in place of berms or any sort of structural mitigation along Clearwater Drive, we will still see road closures. If you can imagine these berms set up, we wouldn't want to see vehicles traveling by them, whether that's them bursting next to someone traveling beside them, or the opposite, where you would have a vehicle impact into those bags and damaging those bags and actually preventing us from protecting us. The other thing that seems minor, but we find it quite onerous and it gets costly is the actual damage that these things do to our park space and boulevard space and the grass that we have in our community. Every year we go out and we have to go do a lot of repairs. So just wanted to mention that. Before I move on to this slide, there's a couple other things that I do want to mention. Yeah, I'll just start. So one of the things that I mentioned earlier is that we received $20 million in grant funding, and one of the concerns that I would have regarding not completing flood mitigation is losing that $20 million. There's risk that we go back and say, we gave you $20 million to complete flood mitigation. It was tied to multiple reaches, including Reach 6. So we have to recognize that, we have a reputation with the province. We have to maintain that reputation in order to be in good standing with the province in order to continue to receive grant funding from the province. So I just want to recognize that it is a risk and it's something to consider. The second thing that I wanted to mention about using flood mitigation, using these berms is, I think it comes down to trust. When you look at the community downtown, I believe they're looking for a solution that provides the community with a permanent solution. The bags, they're, like I said, they have problems. They're not proven. And I just wanted to recognize the fact that having clay, having a berm, whether it's beside the road or part of the road, will instill trust in the downtown community. One of the things with River Break is that the downtown community, amongst many other parts of the community, it's a trying time for them. They spend time preparing, getting ready for River Break, and there may be a day with mitigation, with structural mitigation complete, that we may not have that nervousness that we have at River Break anymore. The last point I want to bring up, and I don't have notes on this, so I'm going to try my best. As I sit here in front of you today, as most of you know, I am a professional engineer. And so there was a lot of consideration around that when I was coming up here to present. And so I want to make sure that I'm clear when I say this, is that these triple dams, I'm not aware of them being used anywhere globally. We're probably the first community that I'm aware of that has ever used them in this type of nature. Using them as a seasonal mitigation, sort of this temporary thing along Reach 6, from a professional engineering perspective, isn't necessarily appropriate. I do believe that we should be using them as a stopgap in the community, throughout the community wherever they're needed. But what I've seen so far of these products, they're not tested by us, thankfully. They're not tested, not that I'm aware of. They're not used for this type of purpose anywhere else. And with the operations of them, it can get quite onerous for us. We see them break. We even seen vandalism associated with them. So imagine right now, you have them set up, and the river's risen, and these things are protecting our community. And all of a sudden, you have vandalism, or they pop, or they break a spring a leak. I just want to make clear that, you know, I can't stand here as a professional engineer and tell you guys that these are a long-term solution for this community. Okay, so we'll move into the recommendations. So we had a motion that was passed July 10th, and I'll read it for the fact that it's on the board here. So we've passed one motion that said that administration proceed with relocating the Heritage Shipyard to a new location within the riverfront alongside Reach 6 and provide structural mitigation of all historic artifacts to a minimum elevation of 250.9. The next two are the recommendations that administration is bringing to this presentation. The first recommendation, that the flood mitigation Reach 6 project be approved with structural mitigation placed at a minimum elevation of 250.9 between Clearwater Drive and Clearwater River. And that the final design of Reach 6 includes crime prevention through environmental design, SEPTED elements. And before I finish, I just want to clarify a couple other points that may not be presented here. Someone asked a question about, you know, the pros and the cons of each option, and maybe it's not presented exactly on a slide here. I do want to mention if we look towards raising Clearwater Drive to 250.9, there are some cons that I'd like to raise that weren't raised July 10th, and I'd like to draw your attention to them right now. This one is from a community perspective. As you can imagine, 250.9 is higher than it is today. We would put traffic higher than it is, and it would probably sit around where your residential level is along Clearwater Drive. So right now you have your commercial level, and then you have your residential. The concern that we have as administration is that you have sight, sound, and lighting. So the issue that you have is you have line of sight from that traffic going into those apartments. You have more traffic sound, so the noise coming from vehicles. That's a concern. And lights, you have car lights and vehicle lights and traffic lights. When I say traffic lights, I mean on the vehicles. When we looked at Reach, or when we were developing Reach 7 and 8, one of the things that we did was we pulled the path off the berm. The reason we did that is because of community engagement. We found that there was a lot of concern from the residents around Longboat Land. Their properties. We are now discussing options about Reach 6, and this is not necessarily a pathway where we're talking about people looking in. It's about traffic and sound and lights. So I just want to draw your attention to that sort of aspect of raising that road. Clearly, from a cost perspective, we spoke about that, and I don't think I need to speak any more to that because we did that a lot in July as well. And this is from an administration perspective, or a project perspective, or a construction perspective. Building a berm between the river and the road, we can deliver that a year quicker. That means one more year protected in this community. There's less risk associated with cost overruns. We've done berms quite a bit. We know what it takes to get them done. It's dirt on the ground. It's undergrounds, and we move on. If we're raising the road, there's a lot more risk associated with overruns, design complications, those types of things that give us or introduce risk associated with costs. And I suppose in closing on our recommendation is that this is a collective recommendation. This is a collective recommendation of not only of administration, but from all of our workshops that we had with all our council committees. And it wasn't necessarily unanimous with all the people, but the collective group all stated that building a berm between the river and the Clearwater Drive is the recommendation put forward here today. So next steps. Make a decision, and then we return to council with a detailed design. And I say this carefully, if required, a budget request. And then the next step would be Reach 6 continues to be part of the ongoing flood mitigation quarterly update. Thank you.
Thank you, Elliot. Very concise and informative presentation, and you actually answered every question I had while you were talking, so thank you very much. Councillor Dogar, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for giving me opportunity. Thank you, presenters. Mr. White, excellent presentation. You have done a lot of work in it. I attended the seminar also. A lot of things I came to know. But I'm not clear how this, you see, crime prevention is given a lot of weightage. It is an engineering subject. Crime is universal. They have all the duties all the time, everywhere in the town. So I don't know what is extraordinary during floods, the crimes come up.
To the chair, to Councillor Dogar. Why crime was brought to the table today was that in July when we spoke about the two different options. One was the berm in between the current road and the shoreline, and the other one is actually raising the road. And there was conversation around the idea that if we were to put a berm between the road and the river, that berm would prevent, the RCMP or people in general to be able to see what goes beyond, what happens beyond that berm, what happens between the berm and the river. And so we took it away. We met with the RCMP, and you walked the site as well. And the reason why we're coming back with the recommendation as it stands is that SEPTID principles we believe can be applied to that berm between the river and the road, and the opportunity of crime. The intent is to reduce that opportunity of crime using those SEPTID principles. So it's not the crime that happens during river break. It's the idea that was brought to our attention and was frankly discussed during the design process. But you guys, council requested us to go back, do some more research, do some more discussions with the RCMP, and frankly bring the RCMP to this table and have a conversation.
Okay, fine, thank you. I thought with flood some pirates would be coming from that side and there would be some dacoity. But anyhow, good enough. All the aspects should be seen and you people are rightly doing it. On Dunham Flats apartments, there is a curve on the south side. Once after the shipyard, it is a turning road, clear order, and behind it is the Dunham Flats gate and apartments. There is a very, very narrow site. What will you do there? The trucks or the losers cannot reach there. How would you raise it by 250.9? You have to remove the wood, or there is almost a river there. I walked yesterday. I was astonished. What will you done?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, are you referring to? Let me try to explain this. So you're traveling from the traffic circle near Hangstone, and you're traveling towards Home Hardware, and you hit the traffic light to Franklin, and straight ahead there's that road turns and bends and keeps going, and there's not a whole lot of property to the right. Is that the proper? Is that what you're referring to? How are we going to build a berm there?
Apartments.
Okay.
Keep Dunham in mind. You walk into it, and extreme corner that is almost a river, and there's a forest there. The flood can also be, making some some problem from that side also. Anyhow, you must be planning, you know.
We, through the chair to Council Dogar, we have reviewed all of the reaches, and we have a plan to be able to put a berm wherever it's required. I believe you're maybe referring to reach 7 or 8 in Longboat Land.
From where the 7 starts?
Yep.
Can you specify from where the reach 7 starts?
And through the chair to Council Dogar, and continues along Clearwater Drive.
No, the reach 6, it finishes or terminates at a point from where the 7 starts. Can you specify that place?
Through the chair to Council Dogar, can you repeat the question specifically to that?
My specific question is that reach 6 and 5 is further in the north. After 6, the 7 starts. Because I see that waterways and that side, it is without a you see, protection. How would you protect waterways and south side of the town?
Okay, through the chair, Council Dogar, that would be considered reach 10-2. So there's part of waterways we're not done protecting. Once we go to tender, we're planning to go to tender this year and start construction next year, and that's when we'll be final reach on that part of the community.
Okay, fine. You see, I was just there to draw the attention. You must have worked it out. Went on ground. Yesterday, about 3 days back, I tried to go to reach 5. I wrote a letter to CA office.
Sorry,
also.
Councilor
I did not
Dogar,
get the permission.
this is just on reach 6 is what we're discussing tonight.
You know, reach 6, you know, always neighborhood left and right is always connected to each.
But this right now, this presentation was on reach 6.
Okay. The triple dam life is 10 years. You know, the triple dam material which you have is a rented one or a bought one?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, we have purchased the triple dams, so they're ours.
For 10 years, they would be helping us.
Correct. Yep.
Fine. So for crime prevention, would you be providing some electronic devices to the RCMP that is kept in this budget?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, this budget that we refer to only provides the capital infrastructure associated with building Reach 6 alone. It would include security cameras if required, lighting, things of that nature. The tools necessary for the RCMP would come from other budgets that would be part of their operational budget.
Fine. The two options you have given and you people have recommended the right option that is of less money, 5.5 million. So I go with that option of yours, that 5.5 million, that building up berms, that is good enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Dogar. Councilor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Elliot, thank you for the presentation. Absolutely incredible. I really appreciate all the hard work you guys put into this, took all the recommendations, brought it back. I appreciate even the presentation accepted right before this, as this is exactly what we asked for before that happened. So thank you for taking that all into consideration. In one of your diagrams, you were looking at the one, it was like the picture with the hill and then the examples of some of the septic things on there. It looked like on the other side towards the river was a gradual slope from the top of that berm. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, yeah, we have the option to shape that slope as necessary. The intent is to kind of drop it as quickly as possible, so you're not using as much material.
Yeah.
We usually use a 3-to-1 slope, which is gentle enough that you can put a mower on it and not tip over.
Awesome.
Yeah.
No, again, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Councilor Weigel. Good questions. Councilor Cardinal.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation, Elliot. down by the trees you guys were referring to, how many people are down there that are in camping?
Through the chair to the question, the map is showing in our response there was people there at one time. In our last site visit, we were working with the owner of the land because it's that area that you're talking about is not owned by the municipality. They were doing a cleanup at the request of bylaw services, just of the material that was left behind and the safety concerns. So at this time, I'm going to say that there's nobody there right now, but I can't confirm that because that site visit was a point in time inspection. Okay.
Thanks for the answer there. I know that you said you wanted to cut down the trees because it will mediate the people going into the bushes to encamp. I know that there was an encampment on Manning last year. It had quite a bit of people. There wasn't a tree in sight, so I'm not for cutting down the trees in that area. I just feel that it's not going to make any sense to cut them down and people are not going to show up there. So do you think that if you cut down the trees that there won't be no encampments there?
Through the chair, so one of the recommendations when we start talking crime prevention through environmental design is overall safety of the community. So when we talk about one of the suggestions being either removing the trees or the shrubbery and some stuff around it, is to increase those sight lines. So maybe people will still encamp there, but we'll be able to see visually who's in there. We'll be able to increase their safety by seeing them. Instead of being hidden away in bushes, if somebody overdoses, we don't see them. If somebody's being assaulted, we don't see them. So the overall picture of the crime prevention is, when we talk about the berm and the lighting and all that, it's to increase everybody's safety. Even the people that are homeless or living rough, we can see them, we can help them if they're having an issue. Right now with those bushes, if somebody was in there, we couldn't help them. We couldn't see them without physically going into those bushes and then exposing ourselves to injury as well. So it's just, one idea is to make better sight lines, right? More visibility, better lighting. So
even if there's nobody's even there?
For sure, it's still going to be better sight lines. So if somebody's down there rollerblading, tobogganing, runs off the hill, there's a car accident, anything you can see in there, right? So it's just overall safety.
I just feel that because I've run the trail, I mean, you know what I mean, and I really enjoy the trees being a part of my walk. I just thought I'd mention that because there's a little bit of a avenue that I'm trying to pitch here, but anyways, just thought I'd mention that. So I don't know if that's going to make any sense to not cut the trees down, but.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Banjoko? Oh, sorry, Councillor Banjoko, you're on mute there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for the presentation, the detailed information, Elliot. So after the consideration for crime prevention through environmental design, so our budget for options 1 or 2 still remain around the same 55 or 94 mil, right? Though you are saying it's Class D, so it could be a very wide gap, either increase or decrease to the figures. Is that correct?
Through the chair, it's a great question. The estimate is meant to, you know, give a target and with a range. And so, you know, when we developed the cost estimate, we had plenty of funding in there for things like lighting. We have estimates we have costs in there included for the, you know, the trail on top. The principles that we're presenting here are quite small in nature when you compare it to, you know, a $50 million project. And so adjusting the budget or adjusting the cost estimate at this time to introduce a couple extra signs is not, it wouldn't be appropriate. We're too early in the project. So it's more of a detailed in the project design. And as we further refine our cost estimate, we'll better flush out those details. But we'd like to keep the cost estimate where it's at today because we feel that we have enough available in there for the SEPTID principles.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. And then for the annual temporary measures, it will be about $2 million per annum plus costs associated with maybe maintaining and also the uncertainty in terms of how solid. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Bendroko, yeah, it's $2 million a year if we were to look towards using triple dams along Clearwater Drive, along Reach 6 in replace of a berm of some sort.
And so if we go for the lower estimate or the second option, how does that affect the facade, the beauty of the dam, of that Clearwater side?
Through the chair.
I thought in my inner view, I thought that would actually give more viewing of nature. It's less barricade for people to see what's going on there. Is that correct?
Through the chair, if I understand your question and concern is that I was referring to sight lines associated with the idea that if we were to raise Clearwater Drive, we would be putting traffic in sort of, they have more of a line of sight into the apartment level of those buildings. I think what you're referring to is the discussion around having sight lines on the other direction if we were to raise the road and being able to see down to the shoreline from the road.
That's correct.
Just want to confirm, could you repeat the question again so I make sure I can answer 100%?
So I'm saying if we go for the option one, the more expensive option, we would have to raise the road and reduce the visibility of the Clearwater. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Council Bendroko, the businesses that are along Clearwater Drive would lose any sort of visuals regardless of the option because you're going to have a berm. If you were to build the berm between the river and the road, when you drive down Clearwater Drive, you will lose visibility of the river. And if you raise the road, you would have visibility of the river.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jogo.
Yes, I totally believe and support that we have no option but or the option would be to continue the flood mitigation program. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Joko. Councilor Cardinal?
One last thing there through the chair. Do you think it's disrespectful to, continue to disturb the grounds that the Indigenous people walked on along the riverbank there for centuries, and we keep on just demolishing it and wanted to cut the trees down, and the rightful place of the Indigenous people there, our ancestors walked those areas, and we still continue just to destroy it, and then eventually it's just all gone. We forget about that, and then the history is going to be gone from this community, and it's going to be tainted and tormented and passed, and we don't even think about it anymore and have no respect for it.
Through the chair to Council Cardinal, I'd only be able to offer a personal opinion. I represent administration, and so if I can respectfully request others within administration to answer that question, that maybe will be able to answer the question more appropriately, that can be done. But I'm only able to answer this from what I have learned over the last 4 years on this project and what I have read over the last 12 years. I can bring my personal opinions to this based on my experience working with Indigenous over my entire career. But I think, we have departments within this organization that might be able to better answer that question if you're looking for an answer from administration directly.
Yeah, if somebody from administration can answer that, when are we actually going to stop disrespecting the traditional lands that the people have walked on for centuries?
Through the chair to the question there, I think that as administration, that is something that we've kept in mind and made some changes as time has gone along. You take like the whole waterfront, initially right from where the dike is and going right across to Snipe Point and around there, that was to be developed. But going back and doing engagements, consultation with elders and other leadership, it was loud and clear that that whole area, I guess known as Moccasin Flats, there was history there and needed to be protected. And if you keep on going down to where the reaches are, you get into Cree Flats, and there's still lots of woods in there. So, but in between them two areas, where the berms already are, that's all been disturbed. It's a little late for that.
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, it's of some interest that the original 1911 settler survey, the first survey that was done for the downtown, the entire downtown area on the river was defined as a road allowance. And much of that road allowance still exists today. Some of it's been eroded, some of it's been added on to. That road allowance is important because it often separates sites like the Imperial Oil and Suncor sites that we don't own. It separates those sites from the river. And it does give us often an opportunity to do some of the mitigation work that we have done to date. It also leads to the history of Moccasin Flats as well, where many of the residents occupied, quite interestingly, the area on the road allowance. And I think there was a name road allowance people that was coined in part of the study that looked at the Moccasin Flats area in, I think, 2019 or 2018. So there's some interesting history. That, of course, all comes subsequent to the history in the region where many of the communities came to this area along the river in the summer. And that was noted in the Moccasin Flats report to being an area of often summer occupation and interaction. And then in the winter, people would leave and go to their trap lines, et cetera. So obviously, it's an area full of historical information. It was also the most industrial area for the community when in 1942 there was a railway extension from Waterways paid for by the American government that extended the railway up into that Reach 6 area, and which brought a lot of the industrial contamination and industrial activity into the site. So what we're seeing today is any trees and natural areas are probably areas that have regrown and are not the original stands or natural to the community.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Do you have any other questions for administration? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, gentlemen. Next, we have delegates. And lucky number one, Bryce Kumka. And Bryce, if you could just state your name for the record And you have 5 minutes to present. If you can remain seated afterwards for questions, please.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Bryce Kumka, frequent presenter on this topic, dating back, I believe it's 6 CAOs in the historical discussion of flood mitigation in the downtown. I guess at the end of the day, we've had many, many discussions. One notable one ended in September of 2020 after 4 days of deliberation, where some very important decisions were made about protecting the downtown to the 1 in 200 year flood levels. There was a commitment of council, not unanimously, but almost, with respect to this. And we're kind of burdened now with that decision moving forward. For myself, being involved with the insurance industry, as many of you know, this is a very important topic to me. I think Elliot made some very good points with respect to the need for permanent structural mitigation. The temporary mitigation is great. It's good to give some temporary peace of mind, but it's not permanent, and it can't be a permanent solution to have any kind of seasonal installed device, whether it be a triple dam, a tiger dam, or gravel if you wanted to go that road. It's still not permanent or seen as permanent by the province, and more importantly, by the insurance industry. The insurance industry is a global business driven by multiple layers of coverage providers. Insurance companies that provide coverage to us as consumers are then insured again by another group of players called reinsurers. They're the real global players that make the decisions on large-scale coverage items like flood coverage. This becomes very challenging if we do not have permanent structural flood mitigation. Then the reinsurers will not accept that there's any protection at all. So it's imperative that we move forward to provide that in the most expeditious fashion possible. From my perspective, a berm or the raising of the road is really not neither one's better or worse from a structural mitigation perspective. It's whichever one can be delivered quicker is the one that provides the most advantageous scenario for what I do and what many other people in the insurance industry are trying to do for Fort McMurray. So it's a very it's a thorough process, and it's a very lengthy process to go from the completion of structural permanent mitigation to actually having coverage being provided in a widespread way. The process is, getting the province to agree that the structural mitigation is acceptable. It's going to take a lot of work to prove to the province that not only is there the earthen berms, but the system is there. So there's the underground services that need to be included and showing that they're also going to engage and prevent water from going underneath the berms that we have in place. That process then has to move into the reinsurance market through an education process. And then once the reinsurers have accepted it, then it has to go into the software systems that we use at the retail insurance level to identify which areas are protected and which ones aren't from permanent structural flood mitigation. So these things aren't going to happen overnight. So if we spend 2 more years moving the road and elevating it, then that's just 2 more years down the road that we have to wait till we have a final accepted solution at the citizen level. It's a complicated process. I think insurance and government bureaucracies are kind of on par for complexity and timeliness. So it's just a matter of if we can get there quicker, it has the most impact for our regular residents and their ability to purchase coverage, and the ability for investment to be comfortably made within the downtown. Again, it's very important to have the structural and permanent mitigation. But I think administration has demonstrated their commitment to providing options, and I think it's important for us to move forward. Because it seems like every 6 months we have another discussion about flood mitigation, and there's the quicker we can come to a conclusion, the better off we all are. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bryce, and right on time again, as usual.
I had 3 seconds left, yep.
And they're gone. Thanks for the presentation. Really appreciate you taking the time for anything we have to present to be here for that. Councillor Dogar, you have a question?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very, very much, Kamka. You have for your services and always contribution to the council. Welcome. I just want to ask you, the province you have quoted, the provincial involvement, I think they have already done engineering, and our staff, administration, they must have coordinated with them. I don't think so there would be any problem in this. There must have been coordinated well.
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, I can't really comment. There was a point in Elliott's presentation where he talked about the acceptance of the flood mitigation strategy by the provincial government. So I think there's still a process that would be in.
Thank you very much for your contributions.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions for Mr. Kumka? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Bryce.
Thank you.
Next, Mike Troche. And Mike, as you know, just you say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present. And if you remain seated afterwards for questions, please.
Thank you. Michael Rocher. I'm actually here this evening representing the WBDRAC committee, which I am chair on. The committee and myself are to speak on option 2 and would like to say that we're in favor of this option as passed on July 10th, 24 with relocation of the Heritage Shipyard as mentioned here tonight. We did not come to this decision lightly as there was much debate. Most of us were looking at option 1, but as the plans were explained, it was clear to most of us that option 2 was the better choice. Cost, speed, access, trails, and usage presented better use of the space and existing parking and access. We see summer planning that could potentially take advantage of our river and presenting our citizens, and would also give greater opportunities to the Heritage Shipyard. Cost, advantage of existing roadways, exit and entrances. We've seen the cost numbers that could be as high as 144 for option 1 versus the 55 to 84 million for option 2. Speed, work can proceed faster without the need to remove the existing roadway and start the fill. This, as explained, is a whole year shorter, and as explained by Mr. Kumka, that this is a huge suffering from the last flood we had, which was 100 years. I can attest that what he talks about with the insurance is there. Although we've done flood mitigation here, we've tried to get a reduction or to get coverage on that, and we are denied. And this is a personal note from Mr. Mikes. Apologies if that's offside. Access. Option 2 allows the current access roads to remain where option 1 does not. This access is vital to businesses along this way. As mentioned, if we raise that road up in option 1, most or at least half of the exits and entrances that we currently have disappear. The businesses that are lined up along that way look to that access point as being vital to their businesses and so this is a critical consideration from our point. From the revitalization committee, the beautification of this area is critical to how we look and develop the downtown and to look at within this committee. So this is a concern. Trails. Having 2 trail systems allow greater options to citizens. Even if we are planning to get rid of the lower one, we still have the top one that gives access to our river and gives us those sites. Many people would love to be down there. We know that the river break and all viewing. Nowhere in our city do we really take advantage of our riverway to this way where the average person can go up and see it and walk a trail where they're safe. And that, so this is huge. Sorry. Usage. With existing parking, we have 3 parking lots that would help with use of new green space created. With the gentle ramp, it allows all sorts of options that festivals could be held along that line. People could have picnics. We could have small vendors on there. We have that would attract things to the downtown core, which would allow people to walk, stop, maybe have a vendor and that. There's different things that we could do almost all year round with that space. Currently, it's dead. There's not much. We've had discussions with the Heritage Shipyard, and they were positive for a move to the end of Reach 6 as well. So that's also positive. They see it as a wider layout and a better bang for their buck. They're able to lay the shipyard out better, and that translates into a better place for all of our citizens that come here to visit and all the people here that want to learn more of our history. There's many opportunities, to Councillor Kendrick's point, to put on the wayfinding sites of historical information there, which brings that home for our people. So in closing, the WBDRAC committee supports option 2, and we would hope you consider timely fashion. As an end note, we have had a 100-year flood now. If you look at the timelines and the information provided, you'll see that we are approaching the 200-year flood if it follows that schedule in the coming years. So we're not that far off.
Thanks, Bryce. Thanks for, or sorry, Mike. Sorry, thanks, Mike, for the presentation. Appreciate it. Questions, Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mike, for your nice presentation and frequently participating in the council proceedings. And thank you to you. I know you are very well informed, and as I discuss certain issues with you, I want to ask you one question. You know, ships has historical value in our inheritances. So can't there be a curve given to the mitigation structure?
I'm not, to the chair, to Councillor Dover, I'm not 100% sure what you're speaking of right now.
No, you know, instead of removing the ships, you know, of course, it's not your subject or not your question, but just as a well-informed man, I ask you that ships may not be removed, certain extra expenditure and expenditure on the place where we are going to occupy it, the mitigation and the burbs can be given a curve so that ships could be preserved and stay at the same place. Through the chair to Councillor Doger, I think I understand your question now. So the location of the shipyards isn't as significant, historically significant, in moving it down. I think the point of the shipyards was getting it on that river. It was getting it someplace where the citizens could come and take advantage of it, and so they could increase that. Right now, it's a very linear park, which means it's just long, right? I think if they would have better use in a wider area, that they would be able to reformat and place things in a better shape for the public to view instead of having something so long. I think it would also give them expansion abilities too that they currently don't have. Did that answer the question? To some extent, again, I'll see on ground, and then again, I'll discuss with you at your restaurant. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Do we have any other questions from council? Councillor Cardinal?
Hey, thanks, Mayor, to the chair, to Michael, thanks for your presentation. I guess this one's for administration. I want to know how many historical sites.
Councillor Cardinal, when we have it for administration, we have a section there for questions for administration.
Okay.
After the motion, if you want to write that down.
This one's for Michael, and do you know how many historical sites we have in Fort McMurray?
Do I know how many? No. The whole area is situated, through there to Councillor Cardinal. The whole area is of historical significance. We've had major changes, and you're going to find that in almost any city, that as you develop a city of any size, there's going to be changes. It's inevitable. How we go about recognizing those changes. For example, at MacDonald Island, we have the Treaty 8 signing sort of stone pyramid we have there. But that's not the actual site. It's been proven that that was back on the Clearwater in a different area. So, you know, eventually, hopefully, at some point in time, where the signing of Treaty 8 was, that monument can go back to the rightful resting place. Like I said, like we have many different things. We had Métis Reserve, basically where Reach 6 is, and that area there, and that's now changed as well. We have the Nistawayo Friendship Center close to that area, and that's a lost history that most people don't even know or acknowledge.
So with these wayfinding things that you're talking about, these signs. Do you think, how important do you think it is to be able to have those, you know, clarified in those signs, the historical value?
To the chair, to Councillor Cardinal, I believe any time you have a chance to build something and to show your history, I think it is very important. Wayfinding, when we look at it through modern day pictures that we can take to historical, and we can add that onto, we'll call them storyboard signs and stuff like that, is absolutely huge. I think that's also your tourism draw for that region. I'll take San Antonio, Texas, the Riverwalk. It was nothing, and they developed it into, and now it's huge, and it attracts people from all over the world. Right now, if you listen to Alberta Tourism, and they will say that Indigenous tourism is at an all-time high. So why would we not take advantage of that? It kind of goes against everything that we've been promoting in our region.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Do we have any other questions for Mr. Drochet? I'm not seeing any, so thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
And next delegate we have is Diana D'Souza, and she's joining us online. Whenever you're ready, Diana.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. For the record, my name is Diana D'Souza. I'm the Executive Director of the Fort McMurray Chamber of Commerce, the collective voice of over 640 businesses in our region. Thank you for the opportunity again to present, and mine is really just going to be short and sweet, and I beg you, please ask me no historical questions or tough technical questions. It's just to say that it's very important for downtown, revitalization of downtown, to create economic activity and for our businesses to be able to get insurance, that we have a permanent solution. The temporary solution is great in that it prevents, or it does the best that it can to prevent any impact, but every year it impacts the one business that we have that's on the waterfront. We do need a permanent solution in order to be able to create our waterfront, to have more attraction to our waterfront, but to also alleviate the pressure on our businesses for insurance. And that's really just all that I wanted to add tonight, that we do need to have a permanent solution in place. And I know we balk at the cost, and it's a little bit scary, but sometimes we do need to do what we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. I appreciate you staying online tonight for this as well. Do we have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Diana. And do we have any other delegates for this item?
That concludes the delegates, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the flood mitigation Reach 6 project be approved with structural mitigation placed at a minimum elevation of 250.9 meters between Clearwater Drive and the Clearwater River, and that the final design of REACH 6 include crime prevention through environmental design (CPTED) and bracket elements.
Thank you, Councillor Grant. Can I have a seconder, Councillor Dogar?
I second it.
Thank you. Now we have questions, comments, and debate points for council. I can start if no one else is going to say anything. I definitely support this. I think it's part of our strategic plan. When we started as councillors, we kind of told the citizens we were going to work on flood mitigation. I'd like to see this completed sometime while my kids are still able to use the downtown. It's something that it protects our community. It's a permanent solution to flood mitigation, as Mr. Kumka said. Even after it's done, it's going to take some time before it gets into our insurance to actually make some actual changes to our downtown insurance. Because I know a lot of businesses downtown, like Mr. Roche mentioned, can't get insurance. And if they do get insurance, it's almost so high that you second guess yourself on, am I going to go without insurance and risk it, or am I going to get flood insurance? So that's a position that every business in the downtown's in. Councillor Cardinal's points he brought up, I can see just by the look on his face how emotional he was. And I can tell you, I go down from waterways and I kayak down to the Snai quite a bit. And I would hope that through our working with the community, we maintain that waterfront very similar to what it is. So you're still enjoying that beauty going down the Clearwater River down towards the Snai. And I think with this solution here, I think we can do that. It's a beautiful, you can do it in the morning or the evening. I mean, the sunset goes down right above the Snai each night. So it's something I think we can do as a community and maintain that our Indigenous culture that is along the river there. So I thank you for bringing that up, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thanks for all the presentations, including the delegates. I certainly will be supporting the going ahead with the flood mitigation project. It's important for this community, for the stability of businesses and people and safety of all of us. And when we look at the total cost of ownership, on the long run, the temporary flood mitigation is not going to serve our purpose, not also recognized by the government of Abada in the flood safety map or whatever comes with that. So I certainly believe we should go ahead with this. And but in it all, we should also continue to demonstrate fiscal responsibility. And so my choice will be clear when the time comes to vote. But I want us to go ahead, and I thank you for all the research and the safety of the community that has now been put into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Benjoko. Councillor Will?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say once again, I know I was the one that brought up the safety issue a lot last time at the last meeting. And I just want to say, again, great job to both Elliot and his team, and as well as the RCMP and bylaw, for actually proving the SEPTED concept and that it actually works downtown and can be used as a safety measure in that area. You took the concerns of the citizens, went back, still find a way to do it at the great cost-effective way to be able to do it, but mitigated all of the safety issues. So I just want to say thank you again, and I'll be supporting this.
Thanks, Councillor Weigel. And I don't see any more lights on for comments or discussion, so I'll call for a vote. All in favor? In favor, Councillor Benjoko and Councillor Walkman. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Moving on to the next, we have bylaw number 24/019, Communities Bylaw Amendment, which is being presented for the second and third readings tonight. I'd like to invite Deanne Berge, Janelle Fleury, and that's it. I thought I was going to the mic.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Deanne Berge. I'm the Director of Community Services. With me is Janelle Fleury, Manager of Community Partnerships and Initiatives. We are presenting two recommendations to amend the committee's bylaw, appendices K and N. Appendix K of the committee bylaw outlines the membership terms and mandate of the Community Investment Program Approval Committee, or CPAC. The proposed resolution is to update the committee members' terms. Currently, membership will end December 31st, 2024. Administration, with consensus from CPAC, is recommending terms end July 31st, 2025. This extended term will provide sufficient time to complete a review of the 2025 grant process after allocations are completed in early December. It allows for the committee chair to report any newly identified program or policy efficiencies back to council before their term expires. And this change will better align council's summer recess with newly appointed committee members beginning in the fall. In addition, administration is recommending that Appendix N, the Homelessness Initiative Strategic Committee, or HISC bylaw, be revised to include 2 non-voting member positions as follows: 1 federal government representative and 1 provincial government representative. Ex officio positions are required by the federal and provincial funding agreements to allow federal and provincial representatives full participation in that committee. This supports stronger collaboration between all levels of government. The administrative recommendation is that bylaw 24-019, being an amendment to the committee's bylaw number 1724, receive second and third reading. That concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan, and thanks for catching a problem before we had it. Do you have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you. Do we have any delegates to this item? Oh, sorry, Councilor Dogar?
Is it regarding the CIP, this presentation?
Yeah, they just did it.
For the CIP, it was?
Yeah, they just presented.
So, so can I ask a question, sir, with your permission?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Madam, what is the normal period for a committee of CIPs?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar. So this committee period was 1 year, and what we've asked to have changed tonight is to change that time to July rather than December, because we do the allocations in early December. We have an opportunity to review the process with the committee that does the allocations.
Thank you. When is the 1 year completing?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, it ends December 31st, and what we're asking for it is to end July 31st.
So it is almost 7 more months. July end is then the summer break starts, madam, and after that is only 1 month left for this council. So why don't you ask for the complete tenure that this committee continue it?
So through the chair to Councillor Dogar, the reason we've asked for this change is directly related to when the approvals are done. So the approvals take place in December of the year, and we want to have the opportunity with that committee that has done the approvals to have a look at things they may want to bring forward to council to change. So therefore, if they ended December 31st, we wouldn't have that opportunity because a new committee would be appointed.
So that is the reason that 3 months before you are doing it. Madam, I feel concerned about it. It is a $50 million this committee is dealing, and why this is given so much of extension. Okay, I'll speak in my own turn. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Dogar. Do we have any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you. Can someone make the second reading? Councilor Grandison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that bylaw number 24-019 be an amendment to committee's bylaw number 17/0224 be read a second time.
Thank you, Councilor Grandison. Can I have a seconder, Councilor Weigel?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Any other discussion or comments from council? I'll call for a vote. That's in favor, Councilor Walkman and Councilor Banjogo. Yeah, this is the second reading we're voting on right now. And that's carried 7-1. Thank you, everyone. I'll call now for someone to make the third reading. Councillor Grandison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that bylaw number 24-019 be read a third and final time.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Seconder, Councillor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I second that motion.
Thank you, Councillor Benjoko. Do we have any other comments, discussion, or debate points from council? Councillor Dogar.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor. What is the point of doing it till the end of July? Then the 2 months would be vacations, and after vacation there would be only 1 month left. Either do it for the entire, give them the privilege who wants the extension. This is a very, very lucrative committee. It deals with 50 million, and you see, all has been. I have went to many CAPs. Nobody has gone to them. Nobody has listened them. Effective monitoring, wherever a penny of dollar is there, should be there. So I am really upset about it. Either it should be for give them till the end, or stop them in the December. Thank you very much.
Councillor Dogar. Councillor Grandison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am absolutely in support of this motion, and I've spoken with several of the committee members that are also in support of it. So at the end of the day, they have put in a ton of work to go through these applications, work with administration to make sure that it falls into the criteria that council has put forward for this committee. And they do a lot of work, and it would be nice for them to see the outcomes of that work, to be able to evaluate that work and make recommendations moving forward. And that's what the committee wants, and it sounds like it's also what the administration wants. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Grandison. I agree. Any other comments, debate points, or questions from council? I'm not seeing any. I call for a vote. All in favor? That's Councillor Walkwin and Councillor Benjoko in favor.
Yes.
And that's carried 7-1. Thank you, everyone. Moving on, Moving on, we have the Whistleblower Program Integrity Commissioner Bylaw Review. I'd like to invite Chris Davis and and Patrick White to present, please. Okay, Patrick White will present. Go ahead, Patrick, whenever you're ready.
Okay, good evening, Council. So on April 30th, this Council directed administration to review both the whistleblower policy and the Integrity Commissioner bylaw. This review was to include a SWOT analysis, identifying strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Legal Services has concluded its review, and I am here tonight to present our findings. First, on the whistleblower policy. This policy currently fulfills Council's desire to have a structure for reporting concerns about management of municipal assets, but it can use a revision. This policy was last updated in March of 2019, so it is overdue for a review. Since this policy was created, the municipality has changed its framework, and the current policy no longer fits, so we'll have to make sure that it fits in the current framework. The policy sets out the general principles and wishes of council. An administrative procedure sets out the specific processes and all of the actions that we take to implement that policy. Currently, we do not have a formalized procedure for this policy. We do have an administrative directive, but that needs to be updated as well. It could use some clearer language and also a well-defined roadmap on the steps to take through the process. So we are recommending a complete revision of the whistleblower program, the council policy, to write a procedure, and also to update the administrative directive that goes along with it. So all three parts. Secondly, we have the Integrity Commissioner bylaw. Now, this bylaw aligns with current practices that we find in other mid-sized municipalities here in Alberta. Legal Services does recommend a few minor adjustments to increase transparency. Other municipalities provide integrity commissioner reports where there was a finding of a breach, and you can find those reports on their websites. It does not require a FOIP request or journalist making a request of legislative services. So we recommend an amendment to allow for us to publish these reports with necessary redactions so that we fulfill our requirements under the FOIP. Another minor change that we recommend is to deal with any delays in the reporting process. Currently, there is a 90-day reporting window, but this can be extended at the sole discretion of the Integrity Commissioner. So we recommend that any extension needs to have the rationale for that extension reported to council, the complainant, and the member in question. And also, if a report is to be delayed greater than 180 days from the date that the complaint was received, that there should be an interim report so that everybody understands where the investigation is. So those are the only changes that we are actually recommending for the Integrity Commissioner bylaw at this point. The bylaw works very, very well. It's in line with best practice, and it doesn't need a full revision like the whistleblower policy does. So that's my presentation for tonight, and I'm ready for your questions.
Thank you, Patrick. And yeah, with the whistleblower being redone, I believe that's probably a good thing at this point. But in the Integrity Commissioner, making tweaks to that with Bill 20 that's coming, that was actually approved by the province. When they decide to enact that, that will take over our whistleblower policy, and it'll be through the province. It'll be a provincial Integrity Commissioner at that point. So is there any real reasoning behind adjusting that Integrity Commissioner report now before that happens?
Through the chair, to the chair, I do not believe that is actually correct. It has been in discussion that the province will create a province-wide Integrity Commissioner, but that's not currently in place. And I believe they're going to be in consultation with RMA and AMA to work those details out. But for right now, that's not an actuality.
Yeah, it was passed in Bill 20, so it is in Bill 20. The Provincial Integrity Commissioner is in that bill, but they haven't named one yet, correct? Councillor Dogar, you have a question?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, sir, for the nice presentation. I just want to ask you said 190 days. That is not clear. Which is that period?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, the 90 days comes from the bylaw itself, that the Integrity Commissioner has received the complaint in order to produce a report for the council. If I can find the exact one. So that's where it comes from. It's... Sorry, I should have highlighted this. It is Section 10, Sub I, Sub 1. It's a 90-day timeline.
What for?
That is so the Integrity Commissioner can receive the complaint, can determine whether it's in their purview, because it may be an issue that they are unable to work on. So then they determine that it is a valid complaint. Then they need to find all of the witnesses and interview the witnesses, and then be able to put all of those interviews together and then create the report and then present it to council. So that gives them 90 days.
Fine. There is a period of 60 days also. What for that is?
Through the chair to Councillor Dora, it's the 60 days from the time that the incident happened that the complainant has to bring it up. So they can't say bring a complaint that happened, say, 2 years ago. That has to be in a short period of time, and that short period of time is 60 days.
So my question is, and my complaint, I launched it was half an hour late, 30 minutes. So it was rejected. Is it appropriate or not? Probably Chris can also help you.
Here, If Councillor Dogar, with respect, you're speaking to a specific incident, probably not appropriate for us to comment on it today on the specifics. Obviously, when you're structuring any kind of policy and you're setting deadlines and timelines, you try to administer them in even fashion so that they're applied the same way to anybody who comes forward. And it's very difficult if you start breaking from those standards, because the question will be raised, well, why did you do it in that instance? So I don't really want to comment on the specifics of a case, but we do, in establishing timelines, try to stay with them in order to be fair and transparent.
Thank you.
Do you have any other questions or comments, or sorry, just questions from council at this point? Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. Through the chair to Patrick, thanks for the update, Patrick. Just use myself. If there's a complaint filed against me, integrity, when do I find out about it? I guess, let me rephrase that. When does the CAO, CLO, and the mayor find out about it?
Through the chair, Councillor Bussier. So the procedure would be, if it was filed through the whistleblower, it would be automatically transferred over to the Integrity Commissioner, and then they would start the investigation. I don't believe the CAO would actually find out about it until much later. You would find out about it because you would be given a copy of the report, and then you would be able to give your response. And then once that was all put together, then it would be handed off to the council. That's when they would first find out about it.
Okay, because I know Councillor McGrath has talked to me about it, and I think he's talked about it before. So if the complaint is, just using myself as an example, I would be the first one to know before any administration is notified. Is that correct? Under our current integrity commissioner.
Through the chair to Councillor Boucher, that is correct. That is our current procedure, that you would find out and you would be able to get a response before anyone in the administration would find out.
Okay, and that's not going to change then? No. Okay, thank you.
I think there's one
Thanks,
thing
Councillor Boussier.
to make clear here, that the whistleblower and the Integrity Commissioner are two separate and distinct programs.
Thank you, CEO. Any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Patrick. Do we have any delegates this item?
We have no registered delegates for this particular item.
Thank you. Can someone make the motion? Yeah, there'll be a time for comments. Yeah. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that, one, the administration be directed to present to council a revised whistleblower program for its consideration.
Thank you. Can someone second that motion? Councillor Dogar?
Thank you. I second it.
Thank you. Do we have any comments, debate points, or discussion from council? Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for giving me chance.
Sorry? Oh, sorry. You read too slow. Sorry, Councillor Dogar. Go ahead, Councillor Weigel.
Thanks.
You talk too
I'll try
slow.
from the top. I move that, one, that administration be directed to present to council a revised whistleblower program for its consideration, and two, that administration be directed to present to council amendments to the Integrity Commissioner bylaw number 19/005 for its considerations.
Thank you. And Dogar, are you seconding that motion?
Yes, sir. I second.
Thank you. And comments, discussion, or debate points? Councillor Dogar.
My comments are that after the integrity investigation, interrogation, then that proceedings come to the council, and then council has to decide it. In two cases, I do not agree what all was presented by Integrity Commissioner, and they were just put to the garbage. No, what we lost about $60,000 for the investigation. So first of all, the matter should be discussed in the council, and if it is appropriate or complicated to be sent to the integrity commissioner, only complicated matters to be sent which could not be decided. And if there is a unanimous point of view and unanimous, all council is agreeing on one point, then why to waste so much money and distress unnecessary? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, debate points, or discussion of council? Councilor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And my question is, will council be able to have any input to the revision? Are we going to have opportunities to give feedback?
Administration could answer that, but I would think we would have to approve it. We have to vote. We have to approve it if it whatever comes back. But do you want to take that, Chris? You shut your mic off. You're on.
Through the chair, it will come back as noted here. The motion is to direct administration to present to council a revised whistleblower program. So it will come back to you for consideration, as will any amendments to the Integrity Commissioner bylaw. It will come back with rationale, and it will be open for questions and council debate.
Perfect. Thank you. Does that answer your question, Councilor Benjoko?
I think it does, and I think the answer is no. We would have to wait for when the report comes to council, correct?
No, the report will come to us, and then we will vote on the final draft. So we'll be able to make changes at that point.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That answers my question.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions, debate points, or questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so I'll call for a vote. All in favor? That's a favor for Councilor Walkman, Councilor Benjoko. Thank you. That's carried 7-1. Thank you, everyone. Time. Moving on to the final item, we have number 9.2, settlement of legal action and litigation. I'll ask Councilor Boussier to read out his motion, please. Oh,
Actually,
sorry,
Mayor
Lance.
Bowman, I think Councillor Ball wanted to speak to this too, so I just asked that we, given that his absence.
Absolutely,
okay,
absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we'll put that off for another meeting. And we'll, actually what I'll do is I'll talk to him and see when he's, and we'll kind of schedule around that. Thank you for doing that, Councilor Boussier. Yeah. And if no one has any objections, Councilor McGrath isn't here this evening, so I'd like to defer his motion as well, if no one has any objections to that. Okay, with that. Thanks for the meeting tonight, everyone. Great debates, great discussion. Thanks to everyone for coming in. Thanks for Mike for coming in to watch. It's good to have an audience. Have a great night. Marcy Cho, Kinwest, come. Good night, everyone.
Achito.